into the causes and the reasons for failure in students, be it oversleeping, be it distractions, anything it can be. And the third part is going to be the panel session and discussion. And in that session, we're going to be able to ask the panelists questions. We're going to be able to ask our dear keynote speakers questions and other students that have showed proficiency in having the first-class mindset and lifestyle. And in the part 4, we're going to be having DrAzu talk about the winning study framework. So how you can apply this mindset to your study. And in the 5th session, we're going to be talking about the quantitized student success plan. So in this session, he's going to be breaking down how the details of the plans, the measurable details of how you can actually succeed in life and also in the first-class mindset. And lastly, we're going to be having the question and answer session where you'll be able to ask the keynote speakers some questions and other panelists. And may God bless us as we continue with this in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I'm going to make something clear. Please, if someone leaves here, can we do it to celebrate the person? Is that fine? So I've heard someone say you would love to applaud people the way you would love to be applauded. It's a privilege to stand here. So once again, can we celebrate everyone that has come here today? Okay, that's a lot better. Thank you so much. Going further, I said we're going to be getting into the event proper. And I'm going to be making welcome our very own keynote speaker and the convener of this event, DrAzu. But before he comes up, I'm going to be reading his citation. So please do well to pay attention. To our online audience, you can put in your best emojis, your best reactions while I read his citation. DrAzu holds a PhD in computer science and has dedicated a significant portion of his life to exploring, writing, and sharing his discoveries about the practical wisdom derived from the Bible and its applicability to everyday life. He currently serves as a special assistant on university matters to Dr. David Oyedepo, the Chancellor of Covenant and Landmark University, a role he has played for 5 years. Aside his academic roles as a computing faculty and researcher at the prestigious Covenant University, he has actively published numerous long and short form content on biblical wisdom and its relevance to daily life, leadership, academics, relationships, and career matters. His insight has gained substantial traction, attracting millions of page views on Substack, Telegram, and LinkedIn platforms. He has been privileged to speak to an aggregate audience of more than 20,000 young people, sharing many biblical concepts and frameworks, and urging them to embrace biblical wisdom as a guiding force in everyday life. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to make welcome the very own, the amazing, the exceptionally dressed DrAzu. Please don't stop clapping till he gets here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so very much. I think Emmy is doing a wonderful job. I mean, you guys should appreciate her also. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for making it. Don't mind the hall, right? We had the initial plan of using the Cricket Auditorium, but we felt to give more persons the opportunity of being here, so that's why we are at the chapel. Just like you've also heard, we have, Landmark University joining us right now, and we also have several online audiences across several other universities who are also part of this event this morning. We believe very strongly that we'll be able to, impact us as much as we can. And like I said in the chat, how many of us are in the Telegram chat? How many of you also? How many of you are not in the Telegram group for the First-class Club Africa? You're not there? Okay. So after this event, it will be very good for you to join that event. I said what will happen today would permanently damage every trace of mediocrity in your minds. I mean, it's a promise, right? And what will happen is that you have a complete mind shift. There'll be a change in the way you are thinking about your life. We've had several, testimonials, previous events we've had. In fact, we couldn't share many of them. but individuals have gone through some of these programs and their lives have been changed. I was reading someone's feedback this morning, and the person said something. They said he came for one of these academic excellence events, and what he heard in 200 level sustained him through until final year, until he graduated with the first class. All right, but just like we have said, it's beyond just the 5.0. 5.0 is the highest available grade you can get in a university setting like this. But it's beyond that. What exactly does it mean to be a first-class student? And that is what we'll be installing inside everybody. So please relax yourself, settle in, and we'll get started. I'm waiting for the studio actually to help me with my slides. I'm supposed to get a stylus for this screen. I don't know if Tony, anybody, help me out. Am I getting help? Okay, so then I'll need the stylus also for the screen. All right. So the first part of this is unlocking the first class mindset. Just like it was said, it will be good for us to have our notes ready and, be very intentional in hearing. One of the things I've realized that individuals, the reason which we'll discuss more later, why persons fail is because they are not able to pay sustained attention. They are not able to pay sustained attention. While I was preparing for this meeting, a thought came to my mind, and the thought actually is rooted in scriptures. It was when Jesus Christ said that the measure to which you hear determines the measure of reward you will get. How many of you have seen about this before? And what that means is that the amount of study, intentional attention that you pay to what you are hearing is what determines the effect of that thing in your life. So if you pay a lot of attention today, the depth, degree, quantity, and quality of attention that you pay to the things that you'll be hearing from this side will determine the extent to which it will happen in your life. But we believe very strongly that everything that we'll be saying today, you will be a testifier of them in Jesus' name. So studio, go back there. So we said we want to unlock the first class mindset. Next slide. Now, you've heard it said before, and I think Tony mentioned it in his intro, that people say school is what? It's calm. I mean, when I see it online, I get very furious. But I'm here to tell you today that school is not what is calm. And I'll explain why. If you are in this university, whether you're in Covenant or in Landmark or you're in a university listening to us right now, school is not a scam. Because school is the best opportunity that you have, provided you went through the route of going to school. Some individuals don't go to school, and that's very much okay. And there are several other benefits to that. But as long as you're in a university, don't ever join anyone to say school is what? A scam. But if you say that, let me bring it on a very lighter note. You are saying your parents don't know what they are doing. you have wasted money, sending you to school and all that. I mean, you are actually insulting a whole generation of people. Apart from that, there are several benefits that is accruable to you coming to school. So I said, the reality check is this. You can't learn everything you need for life in school. Is that true? Now, persons who say school is a scam, the anger is that, look, school didn't teach me this, school didn't teach me that. How come, I went through school, there was a promise that my life would be better, so to say, and somehow I've graduated now and my life has not improved. Okay, some individuals, I was hearing a story of someone who, for the past 2 years after graduation, does not have a job. Now she has become a case, an issue. Family members are saying, so what do we do to help this person? So if you have gone through school, part of what we expect to happen to you is that your life should have been transformed. But some individuals go through school, rather than their life being transformed, their life, became deformed, so to say. So the law of resentment concerning school we spend so much money and so much time in school. How come I'm not seeing the actual results in my life? So what I want to tell us today is that there is no way school can teach you everything you need in life. The next slide I said here, I said, so if you were in school for 100 years, now listen, you will still not learn everything you need in life. Do you agree? Do you agree? If you were in school for 100 years, like you were in school, many of you probably all your time in school, 2 years in nursery school, 6 years in primary school, that's 8, right? 6 years in secondary school, 5 years in primary school, that's 7. 6 years in secondary school, that's how many? 13. Okay, now do 4 years in university, that's how many? How many? 17. So maybe you do a master's under 2 years, that's how many? 19. And you are done. Done for life. And if you peradventure want to venture into PhD, you do PhD for another 3 years, that's how many? 21, maximum. Now, someone thinks in 21 years, everything he or she needs to succeed, he must have learned in school. It's not possible. So even if you add 80 more years to that, making it 100, you will still not learn it. But what is the thought here? The thought here is that education is what? Is lifelong. And what we do in school is just a tiny bracket to, our education. There are many things school will not teach you. So, but what then is the benefit of a school? Next slide. So here we said something, we said school, and I want you to pay attention to this. Some of us are in 100 level here. Let me see, you're 100 level in this place. Let me see. Oh, I'm so glad. Now, listen to this, guys. School is a real life-size laboratory. Like you are living inside. How many of you have seen TV reality shows? You've seen a lot of reality shows, right? Things are happening. People are living lives and they are trying to use their life as entertainment. For school, for us, it is a real life-size laboratory where you can actually test anything. So I tell people, if you can succeed in school, for me, it shows or is an indication that you succeed in life. If you struggle through school, it is an indication that you might struggle through life. Someone said, but no, sir. Some individuals go through school, they didn't do very well. And they came out of school and they are successes. I will tell you what happened to them. Most times, there are individuals who failure in school is like a mask. There are real potentials inside them. But their failure was so bad, so disappointing, that it became a wake-up call. And after school, they told themselves, man, this thing, I'm going to crack it. And they did the work they should have done when they were where? In school. And they succeed. Because success does not have color. Success does not have context. Success is success anywhere. The same set of principles you require to succeed in business, the same set of principles you require to succeed in life, is the same set of principles you require to succeed in school. Does that make sense? If you talk about the basic things people do to succeed, hard work. Is there any place where hard work does not pay? No. I met one of the landmark university graduates. The guy is into entertainment now. He's a producer, a manager, actually. He's setting up his own studio. He has artists signed up, under him. He's managing them and producing them. And he said something to me. He said, he lost one of his major, clients, or the client now, major artist or talent. The guy just told him one day that, I'm not sure the next phase of my career, I'm not sure you can manage it. Can you imagine? When you were nobody, I helped you become somebody. Now, the next phase of a career, I'm not sure you can manage it and all that. I said, the guy pulled out, right? And it was a major setback, so to say. He said it took just 1 month for him to rebound, right? But when he came back, he said he put himself to work. He knew how much he put in labor to ensure that his entire business does not crumble. He signed up new talents. Boom, in less than 1 year, those new talents have become hits, according to him. Now, even in entertainment industry, you still require what? Work. So there's no field. So that guy that went through school and was lackadaisical, didn't take things seriously, did not do very well, graduated, and all of a sudden is not a success. He says school is a scam. No. He woke up. He got angry. All right? Something triggered him to action. So, but you don't have to wait that long. Or rather, after 10 years, I will tell you I succeeded in school. I also succeeded in business or in life, than saying I failed in school and now I'm not a success in business or life. Does it make sense? Do you guys get what I'm saying now? So don't ever say, well, it doesn't matter, maybe then I would leave. The best time to begin to build all of those characteristics is now. Next step to do. So I said, what does school offer? I mean, I can talk a whole lot about this. And in fact, we're actually planning to do a course on this, a full-blown course where people can go through. Because I believe if you understand what school offers, many of us will not take school lightly. I mean, you cherish these 4 years, cherish these 5 years, and you use it to actually advance yourself in ways that are just phenomenal. So there are 4 things that school offers us. And when I realized this, I mean, it was just awesome. Number 1 is competence. Many of us are studying several degrees in several subject areas, right? We have accounting, we have engineering, we have computer science, we have economics, we have sociology, and all of the various fields that we have, okay? So school offers you an opportunity, a condition-controlled environment in order to acquire competence. Now, is it possible to acquire design skills outside school? The answer is what? The answer is what? Yes. Is it possible to, learn, certain engineering, to become an engineer, without going to school? Is it possible? Is it possible? You're not sure? The answer is yes, because if you go through, there's a lot of online degrees. Covenant University has an online program. Okay, even though that is still like a school because there's still like a discipline, right? But there are a lot of other programs out there where you can do micro courses here and there, and you can combine it together, and you can actually earn a degree from a university. Okay, so when we say school here, we're talking about the formal arrangement of being in this kind of environment where you have a lot of people here. Okay, so it's possible to acquire those skills outside, but I'm yet to see any place where you can acquire, to become a doctor without going to university. I've not seen that. I've not seen that. Even aviation, you must go to what? Aviation what? And why are those critical areas, why don't they just allow anybody to just go and take people and fly? Recently there was an airplane crash in America. I mean, it was a devastating one. About 7 persons lost their lives. And it was like an embarrassment. Why would this happen? Helicopter crashed into, a regional jet. Boom, exploded. People died. And you're wondering, how? Now, do you know how many plane crashes that has happened, car crash has happened between, yesterday and today? Nobody reports it, right? But if a plane crashes, what happened? It's headline news. That's the sensitivity of the field determines the kind of attention that is given to it. Okay? So you have medicine, you have aviation. I mean, those are the 2 I can try to think of right now. You can be a scientist by just doing anyhow, mix it in the lab. If the lab explodes and you die, no problem. We'll move on. But when it comes to certain parts where you have to deal with somebody else's life, then people want to be sure what your qualifications are. So there are certain competencies that you cannot acquire except to go through a formal school system. So school offers us the opportunity to build competence. Number 2 is character. So I tell people, your character, this is the best place to test it. I don't know what happened in your secondary school. I don't know what kind of life you lived. But people would remember you more based on their encounters with you in university. If after you graduate, one of the things you realize is that when you remember someone, you remember, that guy when we were in school, the guy must have transformed his life, he must have changed, but that picture is still in your mind, right? So your character becomes important. And this is the best place to demonstrate your character, to test your character, to test, the kind of person you are, to be able to, try yourself with other people. Who do people say I am? You have roommates, you have classmates, you have a lot of interactions with people. It will be an opportunity to forge a character that people know. If, for example, someone like me, you mentioned me to any of my classmates that I went through school with, what they will tell you about me is what I wanted them to, know about me, because I was very intentional in cultivating the kind of reputation that I wanted to have. If you say, DrAzu used to cheat in exam, you say, no, not that one. You know why? Because it was an opportunity to forge a character I wanted people to remember. It's not today. I'm sure I've shared this story before. We were among the very few individuals amongst our set then who were very passionate about academic integrity. It was so bad, we didn't need the school to instill academic integrity. We took it as a personal project. We go to exam hall. Deliberately, I stopped staying in front because I wanted to stay at the back to ensure nobody cheated. Yeah, nobody cheated. And we stayed there. I remember the first day I tried it, I sat at the back and I told the guy wanted to bring out his book. Those days we have our test, you can, semester test was a big deal. I mean, like exam, they have this timetable and all that. So the guy had his book, he was sitting on his book. I was behind him. I went to put it out and I tapped him quietly on the shoulders and I said, don't try. I said, don't bring it out. And he was like, what's your own, right? And I now whispered, I was trying to whisper, I said, try it. The guy didn't bring it out. And that continued. I was like, who's this guy? What's your own? What's your own? What's your own? And we're very strict about it. All right? So what character are you forging? Your roommates right now, who do they know you as? Are you kind? Are you someone that people can love or people like? So if your parents have, at home, nobody really cares about how you are, right? But how bad you are, your parents will always accept you, true? But when you come to in the midst of people, living on campus and living with people, your true nature will start showing. Are you forgiving? Are you someone who can, make room for other people? So all of those very vital characters that you need to succeed in life, this is a good place to cultivate it. Now, I grew up as an only child. I never had the privilege of setting up or sharing anything with anybody. People share rooms, people share food. I had all the food. I had everything, so there was no point sharing with anybody. Right? But a time came, I came to school. So the first time I had to live with people, like live with them in the room, was when I came to Covenant. How many of you, that's also your first experience? But back then, if you were at home, you can keep your Bible here and go for the next 2 years and come back. And what happens? The Bible will be there. All of a sudden, you can keep your entire wardrobe can be normal when you go to class in the morning. But when you come back, how many of you have actually seen that happen? Some of you are very good in laying your beds. You like your bed laid. When you enter the room, you want to see a laid bed. But if you lay it in the morning, go to class, as you're coming back from class, you've not gone to class, you went to the next room to go and drop something and you're back to your room and your bed is in. How many of you have seen that happen before? Now, how do you react to such things? How? Because that's the real life. Newsflash, you get married someday, amen? You have kids someday. I can't stand this. The tablet is shaking. Okay, continue. But the time is coming, I will see how much shout you will shout. Character. Number 3 there talks about what? Confidence. See, you are all young right now. Even if somebody fails right now, it's just still very small compared to going to fail in the big stage. So your public speaking, sharing your ideas, what you believe, the ability to articulate yourself, to present yourself in a way that people say, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about. This girl knows where she's going to. Confidence. This is the best time. So in your class, they say, come and take opening prayer, like, they say, come and do this, they say, come and they ask you questions, I'm shy. You're always finding how to sit at the back. See, that's not how people that win in life win. And it's the best place to learn, to go through to destroy every shaking inside you. Alright? This is the best place. People want to know exactly what you are about. They want to hear your ideas. So if you've not been able to articulate yourself in presenting your ideas in a way that individuals can relate with and say, this person knows what he's saying, how would you sell? I love what Jordan Peterson said. He said, if you can write, if you can speak well, he said you are dangerous. People will follow you. People will give you money. People will be like, no, this person, let's support this person because this person knows exactly what they are about. And the best place to build it is confidence. There's a guy right now, some of you might know him. He does this popular Yoruba show. Is it Maso Yibo or something like that? I don't know if you know that show. Maso Yibo. It's a Yoruba show. Thank you very much. No, do you know it's an ego? You finish from here. His name is Maxwell, but he has stopped bearing the English name because it's all over Yoruba things now. I can tell you how Maxwell started. On this same stage, He came out to do comedy. Do what? I was somewhere around here. I was student council then. I was embarrassed for him. I was so, I wasn't mocking him, but I felt bad for him. The way they booed that guy that day, people were laughing, not at his joke. They were laughing at what? Thank God we don't throw eggs here. People throw their shoes and throw eggs. We don't do that. He was here. The guy was messed up. And he continued. Oh, guys, just stop and leave or something. He was struggling. People were laughing to a point. I mean, come off from there, leave that place. Who are you? It was bad. To me, this guy's life I'm not sure he can ever recover from it. But that episode passed. But something happened. Because then his English was not also very good. So everything combined together. He was not funny. Everything was just terrible. But the guy knew that his niche was Yoruba. Come on, say amen. And he just transformed himself from a comedian to an Oriki. Oriki that do Oriki stuff. They praise and they'll be praising and using Yoruba language to praise God and all that. And he will come here with agbada and very long, the way he dresses now, long, beads, and he'll be chanting and doing his stuff, and the entire place will be shaking. People will be falling on the ground, just worshiping God. That was his strength. That was his superpower, so to say. Hail the King was what he started in school. That was the name of the group. He had girls and ladies singing for him and all that. People drumming, talking drum. Proper Yoruba setup. That was his strength. From his second or third year till final year, he was one of the most celebrated guys. There's no event university is having. Formal, informal events that Hail the King will not come to minister. Built what? Confidence. Today, he said he started doing this Yoruba stuff. It's not today. He has been doing it for long. Since he left school, he had a deal with Glow at some point, or Yoruba language. Now, I think he's teaching, he has clients that white guy trying to learn Yoruba, is him that consults him. But if he didn't have a platform to test that ability, what would have become of him today? Confidence. Confidence. So, if you are in a school like Covenant and you are passing out these opportunities, you don't know what you are missing. There's so much that you can draw as value from here. Confidence. People look at me today and say, wow, you speak so well. I used to laugh. Fine, I had some stints in my teens church. That was where I started from. But teens church and Covenant is not the same. How many of us are talking about? Some of you in your teens church, you are stars. But when you get here, you just try to, more, I can't even compete. How many of you have had that feeling before? Let me see. No. When I came here, I said, no, my star will not die. Come on, say amen. I remember the first time I was given the privilege. The then student council chairman saw me in the cafeteria. I said, sorry, are you 100 level? I said, yes. He said, so tomorrow you'll be taking the devotion. And then you might take devotion, when we have our TFT classes, there's what we call level devotion. So they said, you're taking the charge. What? Man, I wore my best shirt that day. Wore my best trouser, even though there was only one I had, amen. And I came. I was up here. And I delivered. I didn't know he and somebody else were up there just watching to see what was going to happen. I delivered and I everything, and then I went. And he saw me later that evening. I was in chapel here reading. I said, hey, you're the one that did this. I said, yeah. I said, wow. I was telling the guy that, man, this guy was something else. He was on the stage as if he had mastered it. But they didn't know exactly what was going on inside me. That was my first time I was addressing, about close to 1,200 people. People that not teens church grade, proper university grade. It was a lot. But all of those small experiences built my confidence. I decided to start taking tutorials in class. Imagine standing in front of colleagues to teach them. I was building confidence. So I tell people there's no audience anywhere in the world. If Donald Trump was here today, I would address that audience. Donald Trump would say, wow, that was wonderful. Okay. I'm controlling both of you. Awesome. Yeah. So it will be awesome. I'm that sure. To where people are talking, you are missing out, passing out opportunities. So if you want to imbue your confidence, what do? Read more, know more. When they talk, say, yes, now I read something else. You contribute. Build your confidence. In writing, in speaking. Then the last benefit you get from school is what I call companionship. Because see, universities or schools are places where you have a large number of people. There's no other place on earth where you have a large concentration of young people like where? Universities. People that are not just those in high school that don't know where they're going to. I mean, our universities are very, very, dense. Covenant is about 8,000. Some schools, they're like 40,000. I recently went to a trip, outside the country, and we met some guys from other universities in Nigeria, and they said their campus have over 40,000 students. How many thousand? 40,000. What? That's a huge market. Now, amongst those persons, you are meeting your potential business partners. You are meeting, investors. You are meeting, potential employees or employers. And you're also meeting spouses. Come on, say amen. People. You are forging relationships. You don't know when next or where else you would actually see someone or need someone. Oh, covenant, yeah. I mean, it's a whole network and it's growing. Now, if you start shifting your mind, and now look at all what I've just highlighted. Is school a scam? Is it a scam? It's not a scam. Amazing opportunity. A guy came to me one day and said, sir, is it okay to have boyfriend or girlfriend? Now, let me just digress a bit. I said, don't shortchange yourself. You still have a whole life ahead of you. Should I give you an advice? He said, yes. I said, this is the advice I'm going to give you. I asked him, and I gave him this question. I said, Mr. Stanley, are we on Android? I think we should do Android, please. Does Android affect what's going on there? Yes, board on Android, yes. No, but that one is not. All right, and I gave him a simple formula. What I told him, I said, how many female students are in this school? Let's have a rough estimate, 3,500, right? Right? Is that fair? Even though I know guys are more, but let's just take that number, 3,500. And I said, let me ask you a question. If you decide to talk to one female student per day, how long would it take you to talk to all the female students in Covenant? Just a wild guess. Don't do the math here, just a wild guess. How many? Eh? How many years? 9 to 10 years. Listen, I decide to talk to one female student per day in Covenant. How long will it take me to talk to all the female students? About 9 to 12. I mean, it's not mind-blowing. So I told him, I said, you are passing out a very big opportunity. I mean, a guy can take that now and you will try it. And let me tell you what will happen to you. Your life will change. You will have a different perspective about the female gender. All those nonsense you read online, it will correct your mind. You will see various... I think it's... I mean, what will happen to you is that, your life will just, transform in a way that... Your life will transform in a way that would actually, be life-changing. You will understand females in a way that nobody else in your generation has ever known them. I'm telling you the truth. And you cannot be asking just one question. What does it mean to be a woman? That's all. And just schedule a 30 minutes conversation with one female student per day for your 4 or 5 years. Just try it. Classmates, chapel unit mates. I mean, you become that guy, that reporter guy. But I tell you, something will happen to you. I mean, the kind of insight you will gain, you won't be the same. And I was trying to tell him how valuable that is compared to just locking yourself with one girl somewhere saying, I have a girlfriend. If I don't have a girlfriend, how will I understand how to marry? That's a very elementary stuff. I'm telling you the companionship base of a university. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Now, some people don't even know, how to dress until they came to Covenant University. They met one guy that has mastered act of dressing somewhere, and that act just, because in Covenant, you can tell, fashion is almost the same. Come on, say, man. Is it true? It's the same. some guys didn't know that you can't wear this and that until they got to Covenant University, and they saw people, okay, this is how to dress, oh, okay. Some of you never thought you ever used glasses in your life. All of a sudden now you have square glasses, you have round, you have a woman of colors and shades because you understand, this thing is also very cool. How many of you have that experience? Now, these are the kind of things you gain apart from what you are learning in class. So I tell individuals, there's so much more. If you understand the value therein, you can now begin to maximize or exploit, in code, to optimize yourself towards getting it. So, we have gone very far. So we're here. So we said, so the next point we want to ask ourselves is this. So if it is true that these are the things that university offers, then how do I maximize this? How do I maximize this? Now, the way to maximize this is to make use of, or to cultivate what we call the first-class mindset. Write it down in your note. First-class mindset. So the first-class mindset is a powerful concept. Yes, they told you at home, try your best to make a first-class result. But I have an argument, and my argument is this, that the first-class GPA is the least or smallest benefit of the first-class mindset. The first-class GPA is the least or the smallest benefit of the first-class mindset. It means if you truly cultivate the first-class mindset, one of the things you will have as a consequence is what? A first-class GPA. But that's not all. There is a whole lot of other things that are available that you can actually draw from the first-class mindset. So I want to give you this exercise, and it's simple. How many of you fly? You've flown at some point, or you still fly, or you hope to fly. Let me see. Let me see. Just wave your hands. Oh, how many of you have flown before? You've flown international before. Let me see. International. Okay, now listen. There are basically 5 levels of ticketing when it comes to aviation. The first level is what they call basic economy. Second level is economy. Third level is premium. They just want to just make you look good so you don't feel bad and take more of your money. Premium economy. Then there is the part where they talk about what? The business class. And finally you have what? The first class. If all you leave university with is a first class GPA, I consider you to still be somewhere between premium economy, between basic and premium. That's your level. In this redefinition, you are not yet a first class person. So, studio, help us show us those 3 pictures. So, this is which one is this, guys? Some of you that fly, you know what this one? What is this one? Economy. If you sit down, you'll be stiff like that for 12 hours, for 11 hours. The only freedom you have is to go and use the loo and come back and sit down. Because you can't, nobody even allow you to just stand, on the on the walkway just chatting. They expect you to just walk around and sit down. I mean, that's all you can get. So I flew recently, so I know. It was very funny that I had an Indian by my side, the Indian mom and son, and the boy was just, very lovely boy, enjoying himself and all that. And, I became a carer. Because, I mean, what would the righteous do, right? The space was very cramped. The boy wants to sleep, and he needs to lie down. So what do? You have to adjust yourself, lift the arm and try and make everything very comfortable and all that. And, hey, but if I was flying first class, so, I mean, that will happen, right? Right? Yeah, premium. Next slide. So we have this. What does this look like to you guys? This is business class. Can you see how cool it's looking, right? You have your own, you can still stretch your leg a bit. You have your own screen. You can move your stand here. You have a bit of cover, some privacy, and these guys are so wicked that on your way to your premium or economy state, you pass through the business class, right? You see how roomy it is. They say, this is what your mate are. This is what your mate are paying for. Be going, be going, be going. And once you get to your side, they use the curtain to do what? You don't know what's happening there. And when they are moving their food, it's different. They don't move their food the same way. Different things move up and down. No problem. That's okay. Now look at this one. What does this look like? Is there a difference between this and this? There's no difference. If you don't see a difference, you are colorblind. Is there a difference between this and that? Different. Different. In fact, this particular airline, you can actually, you know that division right there, you can collapse it. Maybe you and your spouse or you and a family member, you're going together, you can collapse that part and join the bed together, make it a double, like a bed for two. Someone say, hey. And that is even small. Emirates has gone ahead to tell us, look, we can even optimize your first class experience. It's like you're having a hotel in the skies. That's what they call it, hotel in the skies. Like you can even go and have your bath. You just have, onboard shower, just have a shower and come back and sit down and continue walk. Come on, see I'll fly. Recently, I was listening to Anthony Robbins. He said when he made a choice to buy a private jet, it's a very busy schedule. He was jumping everywhere and he had not slept. So he felt, look, I need to sleep to get to the next stage. So he was telling those guys, he said, please help me, get a private jet. And they did. And the jet was very small. And he was a very big guy. He couldn't sleep. And he was wondering, okay, what do I do? Eventually, he now asked for, for them to bring a bed. They said a bed can't fit in there. So they brought a stretcher, stretcher for carrying. So that was the best they could do because, in order not to affect the whole structure. He slept on it. But after that experience, he said, nah, I'm getting what? Private jet. And after that trip, he went straight to a private jet company and said, look, I need the private jet. And they started giving him options and everything there to do. And now, those are levels. Come on, say levels. So, apply this analogy to academics. People that strive and do so much, and they try to finish with a first-class GPA. As far as I am concerned, as far as what we are trying to redefine in the First-class Club Africa is, those individuals are not first class yet. Because we said having a first-class GPA is the least what? Benefit of the first-class what? Mindset. This picture you are seeing is where you should be. But most persons are comfortable here. And they want us to celebrate them. If they give you this and they give you this, which one will you celebrate? This one. And this is where we are going to. And this is where you will get to. So what does it mean? So we said a first-class GPA is just the tip of the iceberg. How many of you have seen an iceberg before? When it's submerged in the ocean, the tip is about 10%. The real mass of the iceberg is underneath. So we're asking ourselves, apart from the GPA that you have, what other things have you acquired through your course in the university? All right? So here we have, we said when you become a first-class student, it becomes easy to obtain a first-class result. So the goal or what we are striving for, and that's what this seminar is, wants to build on. We don't want to create a scenario where individuals just barely survive, so to say. We want individuals to actually come to university and acquire all that is required and all that is available. So when you become a first-class student, it becomes easy to obtain a first-class result. Now look at this checklist here. These are the things that we expect to see in everyone that is truly first class. What's the first item there? Business or venture creation. Someone says, what? Yes. But I don't want to be in business. Everybody is in a type of what? Business. Even if I employ you in my organization as an employee, a career person, I want you to have an entrepreneurial mindset. Those are the ones that change the world. So if you are not thinking entrepreneurship, no matter how small, with real clients or real customers or real people who are, paying for something that you are producing or part of, then we have to put your first class to a test. What is the second item on the list there, guys? Leadership. No, I'm not a leader. I'm very shy. You are missing out. If you go through Covenant or any university where you're joining us from, and you don't have a leadership experience, either you are serving at a university level or you are serving at a sub-university level, your departments, your colleges, or your fellowship, whatever level it is, you are not doing anything involving leadership. You are not a first-class person. You are not a first-class person. What's the next item there? Scholarship, grants, and other funding. Someone say, no, but I don't need it. You do. If you don't know how to raise money, you don't know how to get somebody else to give you money, you can't succeed in life, oh. All right? So that's what I'm saying. If you don't know how to get somebody else to give you money, there's a problem. Say, but Sam, I'm shy. How can I be asking for money? That is part of it. That's part of it. Now listen, there are people who go to work in places where you have to negotiate your what? Salary. Is that not asking for money? You just say, no, I'm very shy. Be shy. They'll give you the least money and you say, I'm okay. You're not okay. They don't value hardworking people. How do they value hardworking people? Some of you work in marketing where you have to talk to clients to get money. So how do you do that? How do you sell? Is your mind being shifted now? Are you having a shift of mind? So what's the next thing on the list there? We said internship excellence. Now, if nobody has validated that this individual is, wow, you are a valuable member of this company or this team. Now, you may not have had it in the course, maybe you are in maybe 100 level, but at some point in your studentship, you have opportunities. Hey, my course, we don't do internship. Look for one. 1 month is not too much. During the holiday, 2 months, go somewhere, work. Have that experience. Validate the value that you carry. Let them live there and be like, wow, this person came here and, you are just phenomenal. You need it. What's the next one there? Professional recognition. Some of you, your course is a core professional course. You're in accounting, you're in engineering, you're in computing, all of those fields, you're in HR, there are a lot of professional stuff. What interactions are you having with your professional body? If you're in accounting, are you striving to be chartered on graduation? If you're in engineering, what is your plan to contribute to your engineering body, whether national, whatever level it is? What exactly are you doing? You are in computer science, you are in NACOS. NACOS is a national body. Are you engaging? You say, no, I want to just read my book. Always remember economy. Hello? I don't like those things. No problem, economy. But when it comes to, should I tell you where we're going with this? By God's grace, maybe it will happen this year. Maybe it will happen next year. We will institute an annual first-class award event where we give serious money to real first-class people who have checked all these boxes. So you strive to it every year. It might be a 2-comma reward. It might be an 8-digit reward. 2 comma is 7, right? Then 8-digit is reward for individuals who actually attend to this. We'll do it because we want to elevate. That is your entry into it is first-class GPA. Then on top of that, all of these things, and we evaluate. And whoever come top, maybe top 10, give them maybe like 5 million or 10 million each as our gift to them for validating the first-class mindset. It will happen. That's where we are going. Next one here is international. I see many of you on LinkedIn. Are you having endorsement? Are you affiliated to any international organization. Sir, but sir, I'm in 100 level. That is why you should start thinking about it what? Now. So if the benchmark your parents set for you was, don't disappoint us, oh, you know the family you came from, oh, and they give all those things, say, you will take that and say, yes, I won't disappoint you, and I will now impress you. Then look at it. Societal community service. Have you initiated a major or a major contributor to courses and projects? And there are many of such projects happening on campus. What are you doing? How many of you know that Project 1 Million Soul was a student's idea in the school? Oh, they've told you, right? Yeah. I was privileged to be among the team. When the vision was born, we had one incident, somewhere, a tsunami incident, and we felt, look, let's contribute to this, and that was how Project 1 Million Soul was born. And it was born from what the Chancellor normally tells us then, that it is not, you are not a millionaire by having a million naira, you are a millionaire by touching what? 1 million lives. So it was now Project 1 Million Souls. That was how we captioned it. Students. Many things in this university students started. Yesterday we had matriculation. We had university band. Right? How many of you have heard them play at least in your matric? It was a student that started it. His name is, what is his name again? Something Junior. Junior is his name. Last name. He's now in ORU. Doing very well. I remember when he came to me, I was Dean of Student Affairs there. And he came and said, look, I want to start a band and all that. Then we used to hire, police band to come and do our matric. And if they can't come, we'll play, the anthem. But the guy said, we can do this. And we started a band. We funded them. We seated them with the first money to buy their uniform and everything. And today, the band, can we have events, official event without the band in this school? In fact, they will invite them from home, convocation, they come and do band. They will still come. Students. So, are you starting such things? And there are many opportunities to start things in this school. Many. Today, we are here now. The guys that powered this are the AX partners, right? AX partners metamorphosed from A students, summit, so to say. I started it by privilege. When I was here, we started it. Okay, let's just do something to help students. So I've been doing this for a very long time. It's not today. But I've gotten more refined and polished, amen? I'm like, we started it. Several things. So what are you starting? The next thing there is what? Digital skill mastery. Are you building yourself? What other skills apart from your core competence? So, the idea is to put pressure on you. Maybe not for this exam. We'll soon get there. But you start thinking of a first-class mindset, what? Differently. Differently. Then we have, of course, finally, is what? That is what all of us know. We're saying, no, heap all of this. Now, in the past, individuals focus on business. And they are doing very well business-wise, and their grades are suffering. I've seen many of them at the verge of dropping out. In fact, one of the boys, John, I'm sure you know John. Where is him? I saw Joy here. Where's Joy? Joy. 100 level Joy. Where's she? I saw her recently. It's you now. Okay. And he had a challenge. He was doing very well in business. You know him now? Doing very well in business. But he had a challenge. His academics was not measuring up with his business acumen. He was a very comfortable guy. At that time in school, he was helping to offset some people's financial obligation as a student. But academically, he wasn't doing very well. He came to me and said, sir, he had never gotten a first, the last best grade he had was 100 level. Ever since then, we're just going like this. I said, okay, this is what we'll do. And what I shared with him is what I'll be sharing with you guys also. And I shared with him what to do that semester, last semester. Do this, and do this. And he did it. And he sent me an email. He said when he saw his result, he fell on the ground. It was the best result he had ever had in his life in the university. And he needed that validation. This guy is not dull. If you meet John, John is not a dull person. I mean, he's a smart guy. But like I was telling them, he succeeded here because he invested his energies here, and he didn't know the hack to be able to also invest some energy here to achieve the same good grade. So what we are here to do is to give you guys a balance. You will have wonderful GPAs, right? And on top of it, what happens? You'll be scaling. So don't ever forget the picture of the economy and what? They're not the same. Let that picture be in your mind. I can have good grades and be in economy, but I can have all of these other things and actually be what? First class. So I'm asking a question now, which are you? Are you a one-time a one-time hit wonder. You know what that means? Boom! And after that has been past tense. Or are you someone who, if we take all your first classness from you, your first class GPA from you this semester, like start from ground zero, can you replicate it next semester? Do you know what to do? Do you know how to organize yourself to get your grades again and again? 100 level, I've not had the first result. I stood here, I was talking to my colleagues back then. I told them, I said, some of us don't need to pray for your first class. It sounded very arrogant. And I was just saying it out of, I was very, sincerely in my mind, I was very humble saying it. But maybe the way it came out what? Very proud. So after, later in the evening, one of my friends saw me, his name was Edmond. Edmond said, Azu, come. I said, what's up? He said, I heard you said something today. That means people were what? Talking about it. I heard you said something today in class. I said, what's that? That you said some of us do me for first class. I mean, is it right to say that kind of thing? I said what I believed, right? He said, no, it's somehow. How can you say that? How can you say that? Means you must have seen something. I said, yes, I've seen something. We don't have the first result yet. Do you know what I'm saying? But the confidence that when it comes to this academic excellence thing, we have a lockdown. And to the glory of God, we did. So when the result came out, I had a 4.8 something. They're like, wow. They were surprised. Me, I was not. I mean, for me, I was not. I can't be surprised now. Can you be surprised? You can't be surprised. I would have been surprised if it was not so. I would have been too surprised. Many of the things that helped us then are the things that I'll be sharing with you now. So I said a first class result and a first class resolve. First class is more than a result, it is a resolve. And what's the mindset? What's the first class mindset? It's telling us that I am committed to giving my best to attain the best what? Available. So what's the best available in terms of academic grades in this school? 5.0. So what are you doing with less than that? Right? So a first class mindset. Now, I'm not saying everybody will have 5.0. I've moved with the 4.69. You still what? I mean, even though my life, God helped me. God really helped me. I had leadership. I had every other thing. So I felt very comfortable. So it was not bad. Right? Okay? So, the best available. I remember telling a friend of mine in 100 level, because I was very radical. I saw the young man with my friend working towards Esther Hall, now Esther Hall, then Paul Hall. And I said, Benga, I said yes. I said, whatsoever height is attainable in this school, I didn't know where it came from. Academically, socially, spiritually, I want to attain it. 100 level. We have not yet known our right from our left. And I was telling him. He said, he was just nodding. Whether he was nodding out of, why are you telling me? I don't know what was his intention, but he just nodded. But I meant it. And in the course of my studentship, I saw many of these things were playing out. We just played out. We were playing out. We were playing out. I was, like I said, to serve as student council chairman. I was a student, APS student leader in university at that time. I mean, many other things that came up. I had academic breakthroughs, started 2 academic programs, helping people achieve academic excellence, and several things that we did. I made small money too. Come on, say amen. All right, so a lot of things we did. So the goal is, whatever is available in Covenant, tell yourself, I'm going to grab it. Say, grab it. Say, I will grab it. Say, I will grab it. They can't say, I went to Covenant University and like, hey, Covenant University, those things are available there, and you didn't know. This school has produced one of the most successful set of fintech businesses in town. How many of you know that? You can't be in this kind of university, and if that is an area you are going to, and you say, I didn't know. You didn't know what? Now, I see a rise of creatives. People are rising. We are seeing, product designers. We are seeing UI, UX designers. They are rising in a very huge number. I mean, an economy is building. And you say, I don't know. I'm just go to class, go to chapel, come back, and you don't know. You don't know. May God open your eyes to see. I said it's a mindset that musters all the available personal and external sources to become the best you can be. Personal, external. You don't have to have all the resources. There are resources available around you. This is a place where you learn how to leverage what I call other people's experience, other people's knowledge, other people's motivation, other people's, money, whatever you want to call it, to leverage. I said it is not about someone or some school system trying to validate you. It's you demonstrating that you are, or demonstrating what you are capable of. I said here is a valuable mindset or attitude that leaves nothing on the table. You tell yourself whatsoever this university has to offer, anything, spiritual, academic, social, financial, connection, anything, network, anything this university has to offer, I'm going to get it. Now, if you're that kind of person, there is no way you will not attain a first-class GP, which we all agree is the least benefit of what? Of first-class mindset. Should I give you guys a shocker? Your first-class degree result has 2 years shelf life. How long? After 2 years, it has expired. Someone says, so why are we not doing it? Why we are doing it is because if you don't have it, we might be doubting your first-class mindset. Hello? But it has how many years shelf life? Let me tell you the 2 years. First year, this chapel, they'll do the convocation. They call, these are first class. No, now, those days we shake chancellor. Now, they don't shake chancellor anymore. They say, rise for recognition. They all rise. They say, look at them, they are first class. Thank you very much, sit down. That's year one. And that same year, your parents might be so happy. They will print, what do you call it, souvenir. Engineer Ike Chukwudi Abaselum. They'll put it there as the name, courtesy what? Parents. They'll say, first class. My son, have you met my son? He's a first class. So now forget, that boy is smart. Forget. First class. First class. First class. That's year one. And if your grandparents, you have a WhatsApp family group, they'll put it there. WhatsApp, everybody, home and abroad. Wow, Chukwu, you made a first class. Wow. And you are feeling very cool. You're now the most valuable grandson in the entire Umudike clan, that kind of thing. It's okay. It's good. Enjoy it. You deserve it. In that same year, maybe NYC, you go to serve and okay, we want people in first class. Okay, come work in this bank or work here. Okay. That's year one. Then year two, you now try to get a master's degree or get an employment. No, your results want first class, or let's try and cut off the applicant from first class or 4.0 and upwards. After those 2 years, what happens to the degree? It's gone. The only people that can be inspired by my first class story is you. Does that make sense? If I tell you I'm in the first class, wow. Because you've not made it yet. You still have CGPA until you graduate. That's when it becomes what? Proper. Does that make sense? But let me tell you guys this. One of the reasons why I also desire to have a first class is so that I can be able to say this today, that I had a first class. Nothing. But when it comes to my career, in terms of my academic career now, it's over since 2 years ago, or since 2 years after I graduated. Right? Now, if somebody else too, and finds his way to that same university or that same company and has a first-class mindset, that individual might end up becoming your boss. Are you getting what I'm saying? Because the guy now understands, look, I have to plan. Because those are all the things that happen. I have to organize myself. I have to know how to relate with people. I have to be able to communicate my ideas. I have to be able to, all of those things, the person will become your manager. You're wondering, but look at you. Imagine somebody at 50 still arguing with somebody else. What did you finish with? At 50, it doesn't count anymore. We have left that. Because right now it is what you're able to produce that counts. Are you guys being blessed? Our online community guys, are you guys being blessed? Are you being blessed? Those are the landmark people. Are you being blessed? So it is those are that mindset is important to acquire it and develop it. So if there's a best in this place, I'm going to take it. It doesn't settle for anything less. So what I want to now teach you is how do I cultivate this mindset, right? We have said a lot about it. How do I cultivate it? Now, the first thing is you have to become. You have to do something in you before you become. And I have only 2 prescriptions. The first prescription there talks about the Joshua 1:8 prescription. How many of you know that scripture? What does it say? This book of the law shall do what? But thou shalt what? Then thou mayest observe to. Then what happens? And now, I'm interested in the word have good success and the word meditation. In that scripture, like I say often, you will not find God there. You will not find the devil there. But you will find I, thy, thou. How many times? About 5 times. It means you are absolutely responsible for the outcome of your life. It's not God. It's not the devil. It's not the environment. It's you. If you take a set of ideas, in this case now drawn from the law of the Lord, and you expose yourself to it via meditation, it will make you an expert. That's what good success means. It's a word called sakar, which means to be an expert, someone who is able to deal wisely on all matters. To make you an expert. You are carrying yourself with a certain mindset. And that mindset is superior to what you do in terms of action because it's driving you from inside. Okay? And the same thing was modeled in Psalms chapter 1, verse 1 to 3, when it talked about, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stand in the ways of sinners, nor sit in the seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in that law doth he do what? Meditate day and night. He said he shall be, that guy will become as a tree planted by the rivers of waters, whose leaf shall not wither, and brings forth his fruit what? In his season, and whatsoever he doeth, he shall what? Prosper. So there is an exposure to a set of ideas that once you are sufficiently exposed to it, you become an epitome of that idea. What I didn't tell you guys is this. I finished secondary school in the year 2001, and I went to university in the year 2003. I thank God I spent those 2 years at home. You know what happened to me? I was remade. I was remodeled. I was renovated in those 2 years. I started understanding the fact that I am not made for ordinary. I saw that, boy, I can't be small. So before I got to university, I wrote down 8 goals I wanted to accomplish. One of them was the first class, of course. Other ones were things I said, earn $1 million, do I think earn $1 million, sir? Amen? And $1 million then was a lot of money because our school fees then was 170,000 for 1 whole year. Sir? Yes. The next year became 250. And the last school fees I paid was like 260 at that time. So if someone set a goal of 1M, that's a serious, is like setting a goal of maybe like how much now? About 10M or 15M right now, yeah. So that's a serious money then. Okay, see that? And everything I wrote down except that one came to pass. So I made small money, but it's not 1 million. Year 1, year 2, I was doing a lot of stuff, but I had to focus on leadership, so I still have the experience, right? So what am I saying? Something happened to me those 2 years. I was exposed to the ideas of excellence. This is who you should be. So coming to school, I was not a regular Joe or Joanne. It was very clear where I was going to. It was very clear who I wanted to become. So that's why I could be telling guys then that first class is not something we pray for. Because in my programming, in my subconscious, I knew that I am here to take the best available. You won't find me at the back. I won't stab classes. When I'm not a staff of cafeteria, go and borrow a knife and you're stabbing the class for what? I won't do that. I was careful about the company I was keeping. I can't have stupid friends. I've shared a story before. One boy came to me one day. He said, "Oh, this book when I they read. If he go house, if he go house with 2-1, in Papa go ask can we copy. So he's okay with 2-2. I said, his name is Tunde. I said that was the last time. I don't have business with you because I didn't have a third class dream. What was my dream? So I can't be now be saying we're now friends for what? He has vowed to make a 2-2. It's like a vow. So I can't help you. It's a mindset issue. I can't help him. So I just distance myself from what? From him. everybody that became my friend were people who were attracted to me on the journey to where I was going to. Not, we just met ourselves, no. A friend of mine today, his name is Kunle Jinodo, successful business guy. He's doing extremely well. I respect him a lot. I mean, he was, telling someone about me recently. He said, this was the guy that was responsible for my first class. He also had the first class. He said he took me from the back, and I can't remember taking him from the back. Maybe the way I was, he felt, oh, this guy looks like somebody that I can follow. From the back to the front. He stopped staying at the back, started sitting in the front. He took his academics seriously. He was the first, there were only 2 guys in my set, only level that knew how to program. He was the first person. The day I saw him, like they learned it from home. The day I saw him writing Java code, I said, man, I went, how, guy, you be Java. That was the nickname I gave him, and that was the name they called him till we all graduated. To show you how, I'm even impressed by his programming skills, but he saw something else in me that felt, this person can inspire my academic excellence. He said, thank God for him. If not, I won't have finished the first class. Those kind of friends were friends I attracted. Not the ones that are saying they vowed to have tutu. Does that make sense? So, those programming happened those 2 years. I knew I had not done the first exam, but I was too sure that when I got to school, there's nothing can make me fail. And what we are doing right now is to set that mindset into you. I don't care what your academic background is. I don't care what your secondary school is like. I tell students, if you made it into Covenant University, hello, you have what it takes to be the best. I'm sure you know that we have an acceptance rate of about 50%. You don't know? About 4,000 something write the exams. I can only admit only how many? 2,000. In some programs, it's even crazier, like computer science. 25% of applicants apply to study computer science. So about 1,200 want computer science, I can only admit 150. Are you seeing now? So if you're how many of you are in comp science here? Now, if you're in comp science, you're not just one just chose you. Nobody chose you. You are among the best of the best that apply to us. And same goes for other programs, because our system is clear. We don't jump queue. There's no chancellor's list. There's no VC's list. There's nothing. Those things don't exist here. It does not matter who your parents are. It does not matter anything. If you had admission here, it is purely based on merit. Purely. If someone told your parents, don't worry, I will help them, and somehow your name came out, they didn't do anything. I don't want to use the S word. They didn't do what? Anything. You entered because of yourself. Are you hearing me? So if you are here, you are not ordinary. That's the point I'm making. If you are here, you have what it takes. Same go to LMU. If you are here, you have what it takes to succeed. So don't think, hey, maybe they did me a favor, they gave me admission. They did not give you admission. You have what it takes. So you now settle down and tell yourself, if it is true that I have what it takes, then there's no way I can be low. So we always bothered when we say the output. In this school, we got so audacious that we canceled the E grade. Before, when I came 100 level, there was A, B, C, D, E, F. Yes. University said, no, we don't want to produce pass. First class, second, 2-1, 2-2, third class, then pass, then fail. We didn't want to produce pass. So as a university, we abolished it. That's why our F starts from what? 44. This will be 39. We abolished it. But later on, NUC now said, these guys are thinking, so they now made it a law across all Nigerian universities. Yeah. Covenant started it. So I'm telling you the level of excellence or the expectation of excellence that we have concerning you. So if you allow that thought settle in, I am not ordinary, I'm not small, I'm not anyhow, I am here to make an impact, then it begins to refine. And if you can expose yourself sufficiently to that thought, there's no way it will not turn something loose in your life. That's our expectation. So we are done with the first part. How many of you were blessed in this first part? You sure? So write something down in your notes right now, the greatest takeaway from this session. Those of us in Landmark do the same thing. Write something right now, your greatest takeaway from this session. What exactly are you taking away from this session? Have you taken away? What did you hear? What did you realize It might be something that was said, or it might just be something that just came to your mind, something that you were reminded of concerning your life, concerning your academic pursuits, concerning your academic life right now. Write it down in that book. Let's spend a few minutes doing that. Are we good? Are we good? How many of you have written something significant? Now, when you are writing these these are things that hit you. Because when I say meditation or expose yourself to ideas, those are the ideas you're exposing yourself to. It's not just what is said, but what you heard from what was said, how it applies to you, how it relates to you. You write a statement down. I was in a meeting many years ago, and I heard, Bishop David make a statement. I can't remember the statement he made in terms of the actual words, but what I captured from the thought that he shared that day is this: anywhere where man places you is tenured, where God places you is secured. That thing hit me like a thunderbolt. I mean, that was in 2009. It hit me like 2011. It hit me like a thunderbolt. It changed my mind. All through, and then I had not had the privilege of having any appointment, anywhere. And all through my appointment is like a software that is guiding my mindset. What I heard from what was said. So a lot has been said in this first part. What did you hear? How did it impact you? In your own exact words, just write it down. Those are the things you are taking away, from this session. All right? We talk about the first-class mindset and how that, drives academic excellence and excellence in every area of your life. So write it out, and let's move on to the next part. So the next part is part 2. We are looking at unveiling why students fail. Now, I use the word fail with a lot of caution because I believe failure is more consequential than the way we parade it. When a student fails an exam, it's not as consequential as when an airplane fails. Hello? Abi? Because when you fail an exam, you didn't die. Or if an airplane fails, like the one that happened right now, about 7 persons died, and for me, that's more catastrophic, right? So you can say there are several levels of failure. So I use failure with a lot of caution. I want to reserve failure for very extreme cases of failure, not just casual stuff. But for most students, failure is very important because it affects your mental health. Is it true? Now, let me ask you a question. If we remove exam from school, how many of you, thank God. How many of you really like it? Just come to school, to class, go to the hostel, after I just go home. They're fine. Let me see. How many of you like it? You see? So it shows that 98% of the stress that most students go through is because of what? Exams. Is that true? Now, let me ask another question. How many of you, everything is fine with your parents. You are cool. They love you, you love them. The only time there's a problem is when this result thing just comes up. Let me see. Some people are like that. All of a sudden, the one that loves you is just like, God. One of you, maybe he's here, I don't know. He met me recently. He said, when he saw his last result, when he saw the results, it felt like a spear went through his heart. He said he took the laptop and the cane that his dad have stopped using for many years. He said he took both of them to his dad to show him both the results. And because after you see the results, I'm sure you will call for the cane. There's no point going back to bring the cane. I've brought the cane here already. I laughed, he laughed. He said his dad said, no, after beating you now, does that mean you don't first class? Is that the consequence? He said no. All right? So I know the tension that ensues between children or students and wards and parents and sponsors concerning results. Some individuals, their scholarship is hanging on the balance. Some of them are going through a lot of financial stress now because they did not perform to the expectation of the scholarship that they got. So now they are under stress. Some have dropped out. One of my mentees had the same issue. He got the local scholarship at Landmark University. When he got in, I don't know what happened, academic was not measuring up. So he lost his scholarship. He was at home for about 2 years. And well, according to him, God told him, no, his covenant is landmark. His parents, they've gone to buy from somewhere else, go somewhere else. He was already making the process. God said, no, it was like you're a fool. Whatever you like, do. But God had mercy on him. Where he was working somewhere on campus there. And somebody just met him. Come on, say favor. So what do you do? I'm a student, long story short, don't worry, go back to school, I'll sponsor you all through your school. Let's say sponsor them all through. Now he's a graduate, you'll be going to serve by next month. Amazing young man, powerful young man. Okay, what am I saying? Academics failure has a lot of consequences. So if we can avoid it, then it's very good. So what do we do? So there's a guy called Pinky. That was his nickname. Pinky was my floor mate in 200 level, very first early part of 200 level. And I saw Pinky. Pinky was, within estate management. We had a chapel service, normal those days we have Chancellor come around for our services. And Chancellor made a statement according to Pinky. I was in that service, I'm not sure I heard it the way Pinky was shouting about it. But Chancellor said this. He said, you don't have to be talented, just remain committed. You don't have to be what? Talented, just remain what? Committed. And Pinky came back, he was screaming, I don't have to be talented, I just don't really committed. Guy, calm down, no. The thing entered him. It was like a deliverance for him. And why was he so excited about that word? Because their course required them to draw a lot. And he was terrible at drawing. If they say draw map of Nigeria, you are not sure what he drew. Is he Nyam? Is he Amueba? You don't know what he drew. I mean, see, even if he traced it, he would draw it wrong. That's how terrible he was. So it was really affecting him. And he felt he was not good enough like others, right? So when he heard that word, what it did to him was, look, I don't have to be talented. As long as I'm what? If it takes me 100 times to draw one thing, I'm going to be committed to it. And it was like a revelation to him. And when he continued with that mindset, the guy did very well. I think he finished with 2-1 or so. Because, despite all of the challenges he had. And when I heard that, it stuck to me because I like things that, are good sticks to me, man. And I saw that statement and I now recoined it to say, academic excellence is not a function of intelligence as much as it is a function of what? Of diligence. Now, do we have different IQs? Yeah. Does that mean one person is better than the other? The answer is what? No. Okay. Some individuals can't sing one thing. When they sing, they don't sing off key, they sing with padlock. That's how bad it is. It's not about keys now, they've left the keys realm. Right? Now, there are some people I was at Landmark, this will interest you. And so they said they were to do a football match between staff and staff and so maybe management and staff or something. I was a member of management. So they said, we're going to play the game. Okay, I was going to play. So I went home, I told my wife, they said we are playing. He said, don't try it. I said, why? Come on. He said, yeah, she was laughing. He said, please, don't try it. We had a small ball at home, the kids play with. He said, is that what you're going to? I use it to train. Okay. Now, eventually, I knew going to that stage, going to that field, I'll be a joker. So they said, no, it's a novelty match. And now I'll make a fool of myself. There was no point trying. So on the match day, I gave a very flimsy excuse, this and that. They didn't know the reason why. Maybe they're hearing me now. Why I didn't go for that match. It's not my thing. In fact, my dad told me, every other thing you've succeeded in this life, but this football, you didn't succeed. All the bad thing that happened to me in my life happened because of football. Street fight, injury, broke hand, hospital, all manner of things that happened. Football. He said, it's not your thing, so abandon it. And I took his advice. Does that make sense? Now, somebody else is very good. I met a boy recently, he said he's playing for Division 2 in the country. He's a young guy. I'm like, man, good for you, man. I can't write. I am differently able. Give me a microphone, give me marker, give me, I'm good. But that one, I'm not there. So does that make me less than him or he better than me? No. We are all differently what? Able. But when it comes to academic excellence, what we are saying is what really accounts for the differences in performance is not intelligence. It's not, oh, that guy's IQ is high. Oh, that guy is very good. Oh, that guy is brilliant. There's no such thing. what accounts for differences in performance predominantly is how much attention this individual is paying to the academics. Does that make sense? So don't tell yourself, I'm not as smart as Kunle in class. That's not the issue. Now, Kunle can go to class and probably not read whatever mechanism he's using, and is succeeding. Does not mean you should now fail, because we have already, equalized what it takes to succeed. Sir, it's very minimal. Recently, I put a post out on LinkedIn. I asked the question, which is easier, to earn an A grade or to, earn an excellent salary? Let me ask you, which is easier? To earn an A grade or to earn an excellent salary? Which one is easier? Okay, if it's salary, let me see your hand up. Salary, let me see your hand up. It's easier to earn. No, fine, be free. It's easier to earn salary. Okay, it's easier to earn an A grade. Let me see your hand up. Oh, wow. Okay. It's also showing the trend online too. I mean, the guy that says grade is easier is showing. But when I was having a chat with my wife, she said something. She said, well, because I checked people that were voting for grade, those that were voting for salary. The guys voting for salary, they've hacked something the rest of us have not. To them, making money is easy. Very easy. They're like, it's not hard. For them, it's very easy. That's what you get to. So you have to start re-engineering your mindset. Actually, I think it's more, let me not say what I think. What I'm saying here is diligence, right? How much are you willing to give yourself? So I identify 7 points of academic success. I don't want to use the word failure. Now, if you check through this, you understand where exactly people fall. Number one is registration. Now, if you don't register, would you even do any course? Would you even have any exam? Answer me now. No. How many of you are fully registered? Let me see that. All your courses are fully registered. You are sure? Landmark, Covenant, you are sure? Everybody sure? All your courses, Landmark, wave your hand. Let's see, wave your hand. How many of you are fully registered? Fully registered. Thank you. So that means you have crossed the first point. Now, the next point there talks about what? Lecture what? Now, lecture attendance is in two folds. There's the attendance in terms of we marked you present because we saw you physically. There's now attendance in terms of you were there. They can mark you present and you're not there. True? Like you are not, your mind is somewhere else. You are probably just or talking. Now, if you want to measure your lecture attendance activity, you can start telling yourself how much success or otherwise you might face. But I'll explain something. Third one is your CA and other assessments that you are given, homeworks and the likes. Take away and order. How many of you, are very confident in the grades that you've acquired in your CA? You like it. You think you're very comfortable with them. Okay, I'm not very comfortable with them. I mean, this exam, God has to help me. Let me see your hand up. Now, so that's not that point of failure. Now, if you had known this earlier, you know everything is stacking up. Someone that has 25/30 in CA knows that to get an A in that course, what does he or she need? 45? 45, right? Out of 70, which is, it looks feasible. But if you have 10/30 or 7/30, now your A journey is still what? It's far. Are you serious? It's adding up. Say, no, it doesn't matter. What's the test? Exam is 70 marks is more than 30, so let's focus on the exam. Now, not everybody will score 70/70. I'm not saying it's not possible. But hey, so what's the third one, or the fourth one there? Studying. And that's where we are. Exams in about 10 days' time for those of us in Covenant. I think plan marks will be the same thing. Now, studying for exams. How many of us are, let me ask a question right now. If exam were to happen tomorrow, I'm set for exam. Let me see your hand up. Exam is tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, Abi? Yeah, Sunday. Spiritual exam first. You do TMC. How many of you are set for exam? Let me see your hand up. Nobody. 1, 2. That's all of us here. Landmark. How many of you are set? If exam were tomorrow, how many of you are set for it? Tomorrow. Let me see. Are there hands up? Just a few hands. If exam happens tomorrow, you are good to go. Very few hands. Now, do you know what that means? That's why we are here. Come on, say amen. Then the fifth one is what? Taking the exams. I will say something here. Students have come to me I've several times, and when they talk to me, I used to laugh. He said, sir, I read for that exam. I said, okay, but the results, I had an F. Okay, what were you expecting? I was expecting an A. To me, is absurd. You can't expect A and get what? F. Eh? Don't say how. If you expected A and you had a B, we can even still excuse you from A to C. But once you are crossing D to F, and you tell me, sir, I read, and I will tell them that's the problem. Most of you think that we lecturers should mark your script, judging the effort you put in reading. But do you know what we mark? What you wrote, not what you read. Write it down. Lecturers mark, or examiners will mark what I wrote, not what I read. Do you get it? You spend, it's true, we're not doubting the fact. And when your father is saying, oh boy, after all the money I'm spending on you, can you imagine? 5, 7 carryovers. What are you doing in that school? Like, Daddy, Dad, you are playing, you are wasting time, you are playing game. No, Dad, I read, and it's true. Dad, this semester I read like I've never read before, and it's true. If they have put a body tracker on you, it is true that we'll see that this boy was always going to the library. He was always with his book. In fact, he folded his mattress, put it inside the bunk. He was sleeping on empty spring. It is true that he spent, when they checked what was bought most in shopping mall, it was coffee. He stayed awake. It is true there was effort. But write it down. Effort, write it down. Efforts are meaningless when results are not achieved. Effort are what? Meaningless when results are not achieved. It is true. So somehow you now expect that the lecturer will see the labor that you put in and mark you. But that's not what happens. When I'm interacting with your script, I'm interacting with a piece of paper, blue or red, blue or black pen on it. What I will mark or grade is what you wrote. So most people, according to them, they've done every other thing. I don't know what happened. That's what happened. If they show some of you your script, you know, when you are under intense, you are under exam condition, there's pressure, right? It makes that 2 hours look like 10 days. Hello? So if you wrote only 1 page, you felt as if you wrote 100 pages. So after the exam in your mind, I wrote, when result comes out, did I give the person a miserable F? No? Because the entire exam, over 70, what they could mark was 19.5. And he's now wondering, after all in his mind, 10 hours, that 2 hours felt like how many hours? 10 hours. The 1 page he wrote felt like he wrote what? 100 pages. So you feel they should mark the effort. But what I'm seeing is what? Just 1 page of scant, written points. And some now make it worse. Sir, God will bless your family. God will bless your wife and your children. None of your children will ever fail any exam. Sir, please help me. And when I see that, I now respond and say, yeah. I do. It's not that I don't snap. From this exam, I'll start snapping those things. I'll show you guys. You know it's true. One wrote, he said, this question this woman is asking me now, she assumes I know it. I don't know anything. He said, I don't know SHIT in this exam. He said, I have probably just, failed this course. I guess I will come back and just write it again. I mean, do you believe me? No, do you believe me? I'm not exaggerating. I'm telling you facts, what we see. I mean, I'll be like, hey, yeah, don't worry. Next year, I'll be here to still mark it for you. And I will sign. But you guys never get to see your script. If I have the power, they will give you back your test scripts. You should give back your exam scripts. If I have the power, but I don't have the power. I don't know what law is stopping that, but I think it's something that should happen. Because it will humble a lot of people. It will humble you. So the next point of failure is what? Marking and grading. Now, that one's not in your hands anymore. Now, anything can happen. So this is where we say pray or believe God, these things. Because anything can happen. we've seen instances, maybe not in our schools. Our schools, we've done a lot to ensure we minimize this kind of error, where someone's matric number is 3-4, end with 3-4. The other guy end with 4-3. And the guy 73, we give it to the other guy. The other guy is 35, we give it to this one 73. Like I said, it doesn't happen. We have a system that vets scripts that ensures that sometimes you even have 73, and for whatever reason, the guy records 37. Hello? Now, if somebody else does not vet it to say, okay, okay, see you, there's a problem here. And when we go through that vetting process, we see those discrepancies and we fix them. That's one level. Next level is when we now key it into the Excel sheet. You know, when you're typing something, you can make mistake, and they will now upload. So I'm trying to help you understand where these things can happen. All right? So the first 5 is in your control. The last 2 is not in your control. So that's why you need, mechanisms in place. What's something? Yeah, so that will be the next part. Yeah. So we'll address all of these issues where people actually get it. So I said here, so let me come on. At this point, are you guys bored? Are you bored? Are you bored? How many of you have eaten this morning? You've eaten this morning? You've not eaten this morning. It's good because you need to hear this thing under an empty stomach. So it does not, get to it. But let me just ask a question and be sure. Landmark, you can also answer this. Are you being blessed? Are you sure? Do you think this information is very vital and valuable to you? Landmark, I can't see your hands. If Landmark, I can't hear your voice, but I can see your hand. Is that true? Thank you. Now, listen with your life. Because our goal, like I said, is to raise 400 individuals who this is their first time of making a first-class GP. Some of you have had it before. It's great. Some of you have never had it before, whether you're 100 level or other levels. But this information would do something to you that will set you up for the next 3-4 years of your stay in the school. So, what is the primary reason for failure, guys? What is it? What is it? What is it? Yes, I've given you 7 points. But when you want to check the one that you are really responsible for, what drives every other, the first 5 points now, is focus. Broken focus. And I heard it from Mike Murdoch. He said, broken focus is the reason why men fail. And I didn't understand the value or the import of that statement until when I started thinking about it, meditating on it, and I got more light from it. Broken focus. And why is it important? Attention is the soul of business. Attention is the soul of success. Anywhere you find success being achieved, let me tell you, that success was acquired with what? Attention. Attention is what drives how you allocate resources, whether it is money, whether it's energy, whether it's relationship, towards getting whatever objective accomplished. Attention. 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 Now, the problem, look at me guys, everybody look at me. The problem is that right now, our attention is under attack. What you and I don't know is that the way the world is, individuals profit from it because they know attention is business. They profit from it, and what they are doing is socially engineering our attention mechanism to keep us hooked on things that are not, don't have long-term profitability. What do I mean? Now, have you ever imagined why you can stay on TikTok for 3 hours and not feel bored, but you can't last 15 minutes on your academic book? How many of you have seen that before? And you're wondering, is the same you? These guys understood exactly how to hack your attention mechanism, keep you. Do you scroll TikTok? You don't scroll after a video plays. What happens? Next one comes up, right? You what? By default, what happened by default? Before you now change it, you scroll up, Abby. How many of you watch a video 5 times before you scroll? Let me see. How many of you watch it once, then you scroll? Let me see your hand up. on the average. On the average. How many of you watching once then scroll? How many of you watch like 4 or 5 times before you scroll? Let me see. How many of you watch once then you just scroll? Nah. How many of you do that? Let me see. No. Because when we were designing these things, it was part of the design. Let's see how long we can. It's part of their metrics. And it's okay. Anybody can do business. They didn't force you to use TikTok. Did they force you? No. So they designed it for themselves, and it's fine. But one thing that is happening is that it's now affecting people so that they are not able to deploy attention for anything that is not scintillating. And your notes are boring. Are they not? It's like work. Stressful. It's not, things are not flying. A lot of time, many of you will come and tell us things like, that lecturer is boring. How many of us said that before? That lecturer is very boring. It does not make us laugh. But unfortunately, the ones that make you laugh, you don't stay past their course. That is the irony of the entire thing. You feel good in class, but it does not translate to good grades. Does it? I've seen it. I'm not sure any of my classes. I mean, I've ever been in any of my classes. Do they look boring? Whether it's TMC or whether it's normal academic class. Well, how come the course we did last time, out of about 300 and something students, 90 something failed. The next year, we couldn't put them together with other cells because there's no space. We have to divide the class into what? So it hurts me. Well, why would I grade you and you fail? You didn't come to school to fail. You came to pass. Well, despite all the effort, why is it not translating to what? To success. So it's not the lecturer. It's not that if they were using video to teach us, we'll have understood better. No. There's something broken about your own attention system. And if you can fix it, I'm telling you, you not only succeed in school, you will succeed anywhere. If they take you to hell, you know how hell can be. You will succeed. The devil himself will be like, what? How is this guy succeeding? Why? Because he has fixed his attention system. Today I was coming, it occurred to me. I told myself, if I can pay 100% attention, God, there's no scale on this earth that can actually, and it's very difficult for someone to pay 100% attention. So the best we can do is to encourage us. You know what I'm saying? So I've been speaking for close to about an hour plus now. Nobody here can claim they can remember every single thing I said for that time. Is it true? How many of you in the course of hearing this, some right now don't even hear what I'm saying now? They've logged out. Because people are laughing, okay, what is this? You don't laugh also. because they've logged out. Nobody here can claim they've paid one. At some point, a thought came to your mind. You went with that thought for like 20 seconds, afterwards, and came back. True? Am I correct? Am I correct? So, nobody, I'm yet to meet the person, except you have some special medical brain problem, that can tell me now that, well, it's so funny that you must have a problem to be able to do the right thing. They've paid 100% attention. So the best you and I can do is to ensure we are optimizing what? Our attention. So attention is the soul of business. So there are two types of attention. The first type of attention is called what? Focus. And the second type is called what? Concentration. I want you to hear this. A student that is focused is someone that knows that I came to school in 2024. When you ask him, what year are you graduating? What will he say?
4 years.
Not 4 years. Everybody knows that. What year are you graduating?
2027.
Okay. No, that's our own case. What year are you graduating?
2029.
2029. Don't say, oh. What year are you graduating?
2025. 2025.
2025. Now, you know what I'm saying? That some individuals don't know. They say, hey, okay, that's true. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's true. They don't know. And it sounds funny, but for me, it's a sign of something that is very chronic. Now, that's okay. If you ask some people now, the only time they knew that exam was coming up on the 10th was when they announced it this last week, Tuesday and Thursday. They've been in this school for more than months, but they don't know when exams is coming. said, they'll tell us now. Some, as we are speaking, when we were announcing, they were not paying attention. When they will pay attention is on Sunday evening, that weekend, when nobody is playing football anymore. I would say, they go to play football. Why people don't come out, come play football today? They say, guys, no, says that, exam will start on Monday. Not true. He has forgotten. That student is not focused. Are you hearing me now? If you are not able to sustain the, thing that you have ahead of you in your mind, that at any point in time we ask you or call you, you are aware, you are conscious of it. Some people that were in 2025, right? They're just living. They don't know that this is 1st of February already. That 1 month is what? Is gone. They're not aware. They're not aware about it. And they didn't even have goals for the year in the place. Even if they had goals for the year, this year will be this. But there's no concept of time in them to say, okay, this is what's going on. They are disoriented. Such students are not focused. Should I shock you now? If I ask you, anybody, it's a random text, anybody, I won't tell you the question so you're not starting off the answer. Is you I'm coming to? How many courses are you studying this semester, Jewish staff?
12.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
12 courses. How many units altogether?
24.
Good. Clap for him. You know why I'm saying that? There are students who ask this question, they'll start doing. How many of you will have done that? Let me see. Let me not say you are not focused. No, it's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem. How many units you don't know? You're like, units. Hey, wait a minute. 32. No, not 32 is 30. Okay. Okay. There's a problem. So when we say you are focused, all of the expectations, you have those information, those long things that don't look like you need them every day, but you have, because you have been conscious. You know why I'm asking these questions now? Because in the last part of this program, we will be bringing those things together. I hope you guys will stick with us to the end of this event. Will you be here? Because your life will change. So we said that. Then the next one is concentration. There are two types of attention. Now, what is concentration? Concentration is your ability to sustain your attention over immediate task. When you are in class, I have a theory that in every 1 minute of a lecture, only about 10% are paying attention. What that means is if the class was A, B, C, D, that was what they taught, A, B, C, D to Z. The only thing some people heard all through that class is A. Some heard A and Z. When the man said, in conclusion, they just came back to class, we are finished. Some didn't hear anything but Z. Some will hear AB, they will hear EF, they will hear MN, they will hear XYZ. Does that make sense? So if you are staying in a 2-hour class, how much of those 2 hours are you concentrating on what's going on? If you set out to read, okay, I want to study or revise this book, how much of that one? So that guy that says, sir, daddy, I spend most times in the library. In fact, if you go to the library now, you see, and you check the log, you see how many hours I logged in the library. Yes, we saw it 4 hours every day. But if you ask him how many minutes was focused on actually reading, it may not be up to 5 minutes every day. Because the remaining 1 hour, what happens? When he wants to remember that's true, my leg is scratching me, scratch. That's when he wants to go to the toilet, he comes back. That's when he remembers something. That's when, before you know it, 1 hour has gone. In his mind, he's doing what? Reading. So if you don't know how to pay attention, I will give us all the hacks. How to pay attention. That's what I shared with John. And John went ahead and had the best result he had ever had. Because he now understood. Now, because also at that time he was desperate, he needed to make that mark. So everything in him was willing to do what he took. And he did it. So if you don't know how to hack your attention, there will be a problem. And that's why students don't do very well. Not because they are dull, no. I've seen very brilliant students who are just careless. And our goal today is to help us, cure that. So, how to strengthen focus? Number one, I said imagination. See, learn how to play imagination game. Sit down and just say, okay, when am I graduating? Picture your graduation. If you picture the date, you know it's either July or August or September or October, those 4 months. Anyhow, let's say October, just picture it. It's 2026 October, I'm graduating. Picture what that day will look like. Picture your parents coming. Picture them printing that souvenir with your name, engineer, Chukudi on it, you know, whatever it is, first class, courtesy parents or siblings or family, whatever. Picture them sending the message to the WhatsApp group. Just have those mental, consciously create time to paint those pictures. What you are doing is you are telling yourself that this goal is what? Important to me. So I call it mental rehearsals. Rehearse the new year. I remember before I resume every year, I'm thinking of what the year will look like. Before, in every semester, every semester you are imagining what will the semester. Just have a mental picture. Don't hate school to a point that once they say we are going home, holiday is coming, no more portal stress, no more MSS, something, goodbye, DSA, goodbye, VC, I am going to spend my jolly. That should not be your goal. Okay, it's okay, go home and enjoy. First day, sleep till 10 hours, no problem. From the very next day, start preparing for the next academic semester or session. That's the focus, students. When are we resuming? When will the exam likely be? Have those information in your head. Very vital. Then number 2, to cure concentration. We are talking about present-mindedness. I don't want to use the word mindfulness because the Eastern guys have hijacked it, right? It's a mindfulness meditation, you know. What I'm saying is be present-minded. You have to tell yourself, I am here right now. ACC 122, I'm reading it. That's what I'm doing for this 1 hour. You must be present. I'm present. In the next, part will be giving us the practical tips for getting that done. So these are the antidotes to attention deficits that many of us encounter. If you're not able to sustain your focus for the long term, this is the consequence, or this is the antidote. Ensure you bask yourself in imagination. I don't know what many of you do when you go to the toilet. What do you do? You wash your hand. Oh, that's what you do there. You are an alien. You spend 15 minutes, in the White House. What are you doing? The 3 minutes you're about to sleep, what are you doing? When you walk from your hostel to the cafeteria or to college, what are you doing? Are you hearing me? You have many pockets of time to strengthen your imagination. What are you doing? I imagine a lot. I imagine a lot. And it keeps everything in your space. Someone said, your mind will be exploding. It's not true. Because the truth is that where we spend most of our time is in the future. Is that true? Is that true? Not the present has just changed now. It's changing. Present is like this. The future is like the next 1 minute. So the rest of the bulk of your life is where? So it's wisdom to dwell more there. Does that make sense? Paint pictures. With these few points of mine, we have come to the end of the second part. So right now we're moving on to the third part. And I'm sure when we get to that part, we will have an amazing time. So thank you very much for having me.
Well, if you're clapping, I think you can do a better job. Thank you so much. And to our viewers at Landmark University, I want to say a big well done to you guys for staying through. I know it's not really the easiest thing to keep up with an online meeting, but I must say that you guys have been very attentive. So thank you so much. Please, Covenant University students, can we celebrate the viewers from Landmark? Wow, I must say that session was impactful, inspiring, enlightening, many words to use for that session. One of the parts that stood out to me the most was when DrAzu was telling us about what makes a first-class individual, in quotes. And I think one thing I'm going to do after, that anybody can do actually, was I was trying to rate myself, okay, which of these boxes have I ticked, and which one am I actually yet to tick? So I think everyone should actually do that. Maybe when you go back, just try asking, okay, digital skill mastery. Have you actually learned any digital skill? When it comes to professionals, standing out on the professional notes, have you done that? So ask yourself questions. And I said that when I come back, I'm going to reiterate some points. One thing I asked myself one day was, Mirabel, how would you balance academics and still do what you do, still do what you love doing? Because at a point, it was really taking a toll on me. And then I remembered a scripture when the Bible was talking about Daniel, and he said, in all matters of excellence that Daniel was found, he was 10 times better than his equals. And I'm like, Daniel was 10 times better. They didn't just say he was better. That means it's possible. I mean, if Daniel can do it, Mirabel can do it. So that sort of thing. And then one thing Dr. Azu said, he said, it's not intelligence. It's not just a function of intelligence. It's a huge function of diligence. And he just proves it so right with the Bible. The Bible says, seest thou a man diligent in his business. So the Bible says, seest thou a man diligent in his business. And I told someone that is why you will see someone that is not a Christian succeeding. He's diligent. It's a simple math. The Bible said, seest thou a man diligent in his business. And then the Bible also said, study to show yourself approved. I mean, you're in school, study to show yourself approved. And the last verse I'm going to talk about said, Colossians 3:23, which is, whatever you do, work heartily as it is unto the Lord. The day I saw this scripture, I think it changed some of my mindset. So whenever I'm doing anything, excellence is a core for me. If it's schoolwork, I have to be so good at it. I mean, if it's something outside school, I have to be excellent at it. It got so bad that if I want to leave my hall, I'll look at my clothes and I'll be like, is that what God's... Yeah. No, it's not giving. It's not giving what I want. And until I dress the way when I step out, it's not a matter of pride. It's just a matter of representing the kingdom. It's a matter of representing who God has called you to be. So please, before you leave your hall next time, look twice like, is this how God will have me look? Is this how God will have me appear? Before you speak, is this how God will have me talk? It's not everything you can say. It's not every how you can react. The only time you will see me my most free or dancing the way I like is in the presence of God. That's the only place that I lose my steeze and composure. But apart from that, you have to represent the kingdom. So maybe if you've not had that mindset before, I think it's now time we think A game. Anything you do, whatsoever it is, you have to be excellent. And I can't say further because I know Dr. Azu has a whole lot packed for us in the session after the panelist discussion. So on this note, it is one beautiful thing to see students that are currently ongoing school and they are still doing excellent in whatever they do. So we're going to have a panelist discussion and I'll be welcoming amazing students doing amazing stuff. When I went through their bio, I must say that I was wowed and I cannot wait to hear what they have to tell each and every one of us. So I would say keep your pen and paper handy because you will still need them during this session. The first person I'll be making welcome for this panelist discussion, please, as I call their name, I would also love if the technical crew can make available another mic for the panelist discussion. So the first person on this panelist is Nkata Rachel. She is a distinguished first-class student of petroleum engineering, an exceptional course representative, and a visionary entrepreneur. She has successfully founded and managed multiple brands across printing, delivery, fashion, and cosmetics, embodying leadership, innovation, and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me celebrate Nkata Rachel. Secondly, on this panel, we're going to be having the amazing Boludada Isaac. He is a remarkable first-class student of mechanical engineering with an outstanding record of service in academic associations like TAG. Beyond academics, He is the founder of a thriving software outsourcing company while also managing multiple business ventures, showcasing his ability to balance excellence across multiple domains. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me celebrate Boludada Isaac. Lastly on this panel, I have Ibe Egechi Anthony. He is a trailblazing first-class student of Information and Communication Engineering, excelling in the professional space. As a globally certified Cisco Network Associate and a dedicated mentor, he actively trains and empowers students in personal and professional excellence, proving that true success extends beyond the classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me make welcome Ibe Egechi Anthony. These panelists, they are not just students, they are leaders, they are innovators. They are a proof that first-class mindsets creates limitless opportunities. They are all entrepreneurs, they are all doing big things, and they are still excelling at their academic work. So sit back and get ready for the dose of knowledge you're going to be receiving. I won't be anchoring this panel session, but I believe I've been doing an amazing job, so please celebrate me. Thank you so much. I'm going to be inviting the popularly known media babe. She is a media enthusiast, a voice artist, a radio presenter, and a red carpet host. She believes in using her voice to inspire change in the world and has a platform, Dear Parent to Be, where she shares tips on how young people can prepare for parenthood. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to make welcome the amazing Geraldine Ishekwene. To our online audience, you're in for an amazing time. Please do well to drop your best emojis. To our students at Landmark, please sit tight, bring out your notes, bring out your pen, and get ready for an amazing time. Thank you so much. Over to you, Geraldine.
Thank you so much, Mirabel. Hello, everybody. What's happening? Hello. Come on, let's have some energy in the room. Okay, so we're about to be hearing from people who seem to have hacked the system. They are not just students, but like you heard Mirabel say, they are thriving in the world, in the industry, they own businesses, and they have been doing great. All right, so let us begin. I'd like each of you to introduce yourselves, starting from you. So you're going to tell us your name, what you do. If you have social media handles, do tell us as well. And you will tell us one weird thing you love. Weird thing you love.
Hi guys. My name is Ibe Anthony. I'm a student of Information and Communication Engineering 500 level. And I'm into tech a bit. I'm a network associate certified by Cisco. And also, one weird thing I'm interested in is conversing with people. I love conversing with people.
Is that weird? Is it weird? You guys tell me, do you think that's weird? Come on, you can do better.
I don't have any weird.
Come on, put your hands together.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nkata Rachel. I'm a student of Petroleum Engineering 500 level. I own a growing cosmetic brand called Rob's Cosmetics. I own a service-based beauty brand called Ray's House of Beauty. I own a printing brand or printing company called Skyprint. I'm the co-founder of Kibon Bikes. Currently, I'm the president of TEDx Government University and also the Society of Petroleum Engineering. I also have a community called Her Daily Success Mindset, where I share affirmations and tips on how females can build their mindset. One weird thing I love about myself, I love K-drama. I'm obsessed with that.
Is that weird? Come on, what is happening? Is that weird? Please give her the microphone.
Is that weird?
It has to be weird.
Okay. I like to eat everything with salad. Yes, that weird. I can't eat that salad. That's weird, right? No.
All right, let's put our hands together for her.
Good morning, everyone. This is Bolu Dada, 500 level mechanical engineering.
don't like to talk about myself a lot, so I wouldn't go all that in. But basically, I'm the founder of Syngram. It's a software company. I've done a bunch of things before now, but I think Syngram is one of the most successful ones, and that's why I talk about it better. So Syngram is a payment processing platform, and we launched in Nigeria, and we've gotten tons and tons of awards, being a Companionship University student and launching as such product. One weird thing I like to do is I like to pace around a lot. I like to go around in circles whenever I have a problem, and I always find a solution. By the time I go four times, I always find a solution. See, I think it's weird. My roommate just see me pacing around the hostel and they don't know why. But yeah, I think that's really
Yes, he tried. Put your hands together for him, please. All right, I'm Geraldine, and I will be hosting this panel session. I'm a lover of food, so definitely the weird thing I like would be food. People have called me a cultist for this. I like egusi and spaghetti. Don't judge me, come on. All right, so in my years of conversing with people, I have learned that people relate most with experiences, with hearing people's stories, because they can relate to it, obviously. So we're going to be listening to these people talk to us about their experiences with school, with life, and just basically draw from their wealth of knowledge and all of that. So let's get into it. My first question to you guys, so we're going to start from you and then go down, is, so I'd like to believe, right, that the mindset you have now is different from what you came into school with, right? And over time, you've evolved. And now you're the people that you are, and we're celebrating you, and we've heard of all the great things that you have, done. So would you say it has been easy? Has it been easy?
To start, I would say it's easy because should I share? Okay. For a start, entering Communal University, my plan was just to be BGS, be the best graduating student, and because we had a program in secondary school preparing us for university, something like what we do in TTG. Yes, so we had something like that. I went to Faith Academy, so we had that event, and one of my plans, they told us to write 5-year goal. And I mean, this is like the 5th year from that time. So I was like, oh, BGS, I'm going to work in a multinational. Some of them were very basic. I was just looking at academics, and it was just very narrow-minded. But coming here, CU made us see beyond just. I can remember Papa always saying something about if you leave Communal University and all you live with is just your certificate, then you've wasted the whole years you've spent here. So like me continually hearing this over the years shifted me. I can remember a discussion like this after one chapel service. I was with a close friend and we just made that decision that we can't leave CU with just a certificate. It has to be beyond just that. And over the years, my mindset has shifted, and now it's more like being all-rounded. And like Dr. Azu has said earlier, it's just a fraction of the whole picture. Yes, so that's amazing.
So much sense. Please put your hands together for him.
Okay, so I'll be very real, and I hope my story touches some people. Okay, coming to Communal University, secondary school, I'll call myself a failure, right? I was not the best. I felt like I had no goals, no dreams, nothing. Like, really, when I say I was a total failure. And I didn't even know I was going to get admission to Communal University. Like, I was shocked when my name came out. Like, that's to tell you how bad I was. Come to Communal University, I told myself, I'm going to be a relevant person. I'm going to impact lives. My school is more deeper, and that's why I had daily success mindset. Because when you feed yourself, you want to cultivate that mindset. And I decided that no way, I'm going to be relevant, I'm going to impact in people's lives. Then I started taking up things like I was a course rep first year. And that's why I started impacting people's lives, doing things that maybe other course reps won't do. So my mindset then was to just impact in people's lives, and I'm doing very well there. And yeah.
That is beautiful.
Okay, to answer the question, if this has been easy, it has not. It definitely has not. If it was easy, I think all of us would be in the same position because everybody does it easy. Everybody wants to go the easy route. Academic-wise, I took all the responsibilities to be where I am. It wasn't a decision of, I just decided to say I want to have 5.0 CGPA and I just want to do it on my own will. In 100 level was very calm. There wasn't too much that we were doing, so I think everybody was able to find their way around. 200 level came and I saw there was a difference in the effort we had to put in. So I sat down and I told myself, do I really have the will enough to sit down, study every time, and come out with a 5.0 CGPA? And yes, I wanted it, but what was that thing that would force me to do it? It was taking up responsibilities. So as at that time, there was something called TAG that came up, and I just saw it as a I didn't feel qualified enough to even be in TAG, teach other people and do all of that. But I knew if I take on that responsibility, I'm forced to do it. So now everybody is expecting that at the end of the day, this person and this person is sending something to the group chat. And that was how I started. People think I'm like really smart and all of that. I'm not. Where I got to was just based on responsibilities. It was just responsibilities. I forced myself to do it, and the result came. I don't really believe they are like special people that are like really smart. I've seen some of them, and even academic-wise, they're not all that there. I think it's based on you, Nick, and the responsibilities you take. 200 level, we did that. We got into 300 level. The systems we're using in TAG couldn't really work there because we are switched from objective to theory. So I looked at what was the next thing I could take on to be more responsible for my academics, and it was being the course rep. So the course rep as at then resigned, and they were like, who was going to be the course rep? And nobody expected that. Like, why? This wasn't something I wanted to do because I wanted to really serve everybody. Yes, that was part of it. But it was actually a selfish vision for myself to be responsible for others, so I know that I can't mess up myself. So I think the hard part about that, like why it's not easy, is that it's hard to take up the responsibilities. Because once you can take that up, you are forced to do what you have to do.
That's good. Thank you very much. So the thing that Anthony said about, already like knowing what he was coming to university to do and all of that. And I'm like, there were schools who encouraged their students like that. I entered 100 level and I spent 100 level on cruise mode. You know how DrAzu said earlier, the kind of advice people's parents give them, remember the family you are coming from, don't go and waste my money, this and that. My mom, God bless her. The only advice my parents gave me, my mom specifically, was, remember that university is the place where people meet their husbands. And literally, I'll be walking the streets, and every guy I see, this guy could be a potential husband. This guy could be a potential husband. But I thank God for delivering me from that. Hallelujah. All right, on to the next. So, you guys are students, right? And you have businesses, and you work, and you do all of that. We have seen, right, that these things, you are thriving in them. You definitely would have been able to find a balance. Could you tell us how you're able to balance all of this? And if at the beginning, if anything suffered, and just basically how you're able to manage all of these things and each of them are thriving? Anyone can start, but everybody's going to speak.
Okay. First and foremost, I write down my goals. There's a thing about having a focus mode. For me, I'm going to give you that. The two goals for me is to make $10,000 before March. So when you have that goal, in fact, your goal should be audacious. You should be shocked, right? And my second goal is if I have a 5.0 CGPA, there are two different niches, right? How do you go about it? That's when you start thinking. Do you get? So if you don't have an audacious goal, you will never think. you just while away your time and wonder, how did my 100 level go? So first and foremost, I have my goals written down. Then I have a system. I have a system that works, that fits every single thing. I know when to be awake, I know when to sleep, I know when to be reading, I know when I have to check the reports of all my companies, I know what to do at a particular time. So that will lead me to say no to some things that are unnecessary. Do you want to go to CAF? Sorry, I'm busy. No. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So some people just waste the time that they're supposed to use to develop or focus on other things. Then at the end of the day, they say they are tired, they are mentally stressed and everything. One, you need to know how to have a system. That's something that has saved me in balancing both of them, right? Secondly, you need to secondly, you need to know yourself. Know your reading plan. I have my best friend reads in the night. Like, so when I'm reading at my particular time, I won't get oppressed. So some people try to copy other people's reading style or styles, and that is wrong. And at the end of the day, you see both of you putting the same efforts, yet you fail. I know myself. I can't read until I sleep. There are some people like that. I have to read like at a stretch. I have to have a break. Am I a night person? Am I a morning person? You have to know yourself. Like, if you don't know yourself, that's where you are like, that's the beginning of your failure. So right now, what do? Let me give you a blueprint of how I spend my day as an entrepreneur. Wake up in the morning by 6 a.m. I pray. I affirm to myself. Do you know, affirmations. I tell myself I can do it. I can juggle both my academics and my business at the same time. I have the power to do it. I speak positive things to myself. Then I go for class. I make sure I listen in class. When I come back, I go through all my reports, and oh boy, I have my 7 to 9 sleep. I don't joke with it. Anybody come to my room knows that my light is off. 7 to 9, don't come to my room. I am sleeping. Rest. Some people don't rest. And at the end of the day, they say they are jacking and they fail. You go to your hall, you go to the exam hall and you black out. You go for your test, you black out. You don't rest. That is something people joke. Like, they play with in terms of, I have to achieve this. I have to achieve a 5.0 CGPA. That's not it. You have to have a proper system. This is my system I'm giving you. So 7 to 9, everybody that knows me, I am sleeping. When I'm done with my roll call, now it's time to read. 9 to 2, I read straight. 2 o'clock, I'm asleep. 6 o'clock, repeat. Find the system, repeat. That's it. It's just the blueprint. This is how I function. You can be different. You can be different. You don't have to copy my system. So that's why I say build your system. Know who you are. You know what I'm trying to say? Have a goal. Have a focus. So now that I know that I have to get a 5.0 CGPA, I have to read 9 to 2. No one's going to take me out of my reading schedule. Like, people will just look at my window, oh, she's still reading. Girl, you don't have the same goal that I have. Do you get? You don't have the same goal. And let me let you know that for people that are business owners, it's not going to be easy. The time people are watching Netflix and chill, you're either thinking about how to scale up your business or how to read for that test. So when people are chilling or they are going out and you're reading and you're like, oh my God, this is so stressful, it will all make sense at the end. That's the theme of my year. That's the theme of it. And you should have one word for the year. My word is it will all make sense. This is 2025, I am graduating. It will all make sense. Every effort I have been accumulating, it will all make sense. You just need to know that it will all make sense. Write it down, it will all make sense. And also have the best friends. Like, have people that know what you are achieving, like your focus. Because at the end of the day, you'll be weary, you'll be tired, but you just need that one person that will tell you, girl, get up. You know the goal. You know where you're going to. They just need to remind you of why you even started this at the first place. Why you chose to have a first-class goal. Why you chose to decide to start that business. It's not going to be easy, but you cannot give up. It's not even a choice. You have to find your way around it. And let me tell you, university is the first time, it's the best time to practice. I've tried a lot of systems, but girl, I have failed in a lot of systems. When I found the right one, I repeat. The system is very good. Repeat. And that's how you get it done.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. Pardon me, pardon me. She took a lot of time answering that, and there are three of you here. So I'll just split the questions so we can get as many answered as possible. All right, so since you're already with the mic company, I'll come to you with the next question. What has been your biggest challenge as a student here, precisely in Companionship University, and how, if you've been able to like overcome it, how were you able to?
It still falls back to balance. Still the previous question you asked, balancing both things. I run this software company, like I said earlier. In the past 4 months, we've processed like $500,000 in transactions. $500,000 transactions. Working with 7 payment gateways. I knew I could not balance it. Academics and the business equally. I wouldn't say I saw this coming, but I knew things like this were going to happen back in my 200 level. So back then I heard a story. I don't know if it was a rumor, but I heard it. And they said there was this guy in mechanical engineering 200 level. No, 500 levels at the time. And they said back in his 300 level, he had covered all the way to his 400 level, 500 level. And now all he plays was games. Like he was just playing games. And exams would come and he would just write it and he would say, I don't know if it was a rumor, but I heard it and I believed it. So I got that and was like, okay, I've never really been a structured person. I've never been wake up 4 a.m., do my morning devotions and all of that, and like very, very structured. I've never been that type of person. Like she said, find what works for you, find a system. So I looked at it that somebody was able to take time out, do a particular thing, achieve it, then move to another thing. So I was like, could I replicate that? So my plan became thesis. That was how I worked. I work in thesis. I knew that, okay, there will be a time where other things will come, like DrAzu has said, that academics is just a fraction of it. Other things were going to come and you have to start adding up. And we all still have 24 hours. So what do I do? 200 level, 300 level, my whole goal was to make my CGPA so high that when I get to 400, 500, I could slack a bit and do other things. Not slack as but get lazy, but focus on other things. That was the goal. I wish I started 100 level to have been much more easier. So my plan was not to get a 5.0 GPA. That was not the plan. The plan was how high could I get my CGPA. And I know things will happen and okay, I know that I have paid the price already for that. So I planned my year in phases, not my week, not my month, my whole year in phases. I have a phase for academics. I have a phase for business. I have a phase for just relationships and socializing, and I'm just having fun. And you see me that month and you be like, is this book that was reading this and that? When I prepare academically, you can see me before my academic phase. I can sleep by 8 p.m. and wake up 5 a.m. or 8 a.m. the next morning. I can be that lazy. But when you see me preparing academically, my bed is there's always somebody occupying my bed. As per I'm reading 24 hours. They always advise me to go to med center after I study. I knew that was the phase to study, and I put in all of it. I mean, all of it into it. And I'm not the type of person that, okay, I'm reading first week, second week, and all of that. I'd rather take out the first 4 weeks of the semester. I don't do it now again, because now I'm focusing on other things. The 300 level, I'll take the 4 weeks of the semester, and I'll cover all the way to test 2 and mid-semester. And I can slack a bit and focus on other things. And that was when I started having time to learn things I'm doing right now. So I believe in having phases. I believe in planning ahead, not necessarily 5 years, 4 years, but even if it's just 6 months, okay, in these 2 months, this is what I want to achieve. And I found out that whenever I achieve the first phase and I have that win from there, it's always very motivating to move into the second phase of whatever I want to do and also have a win, rather than just doing everything at the same time and getting tired and you don't know when it's going to end, that kind of thing. So yeah, that was what for me, challenging, balance, and that was how I found solutions to it.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. And in all things, please find what works for you and do that. All right? So, Anthony, to your question. So, there are currently students in this school who picked courses or are already studying courses that their parents said they should do, or maybe they picked because that's what everybody in their school was going for, right? And for those who haven't already started, right, that's one thing. And then for those who have started and are currently not doing well enough in those courses because their hearts are not there, their minds are not there, they're just doing it for their parents to have peace of mind, what advice would you give them?
For a start, I believe that. Can you hear me? I believe that. Okay. Education is beyond just the school system. So recently, I've been seeing more things about challenging the whole school system. People saying school is a scam, school is this, school is that. But I believe the school systems school places systems, and we tend to follow that in this confined environment, taking CU as an example. But people need to understand that the courses we study in university goes beyond just studying that course. We have to take responsibility for the whole, like for me, education is not complete without that responsibility. So I even recently saw students that are graduates of big schools, I mean global schools like Harvard, saying things like they didn't learn this necessary skill in those universities. And I'm like, oh wow. Even in Harvard, Oxford, they are not learning everything. So yes, we can challenge our academic systems to be, not the perfect ones. We can work on them, but much more, I believe every student should embrace responsibility. Like beyond just we learn in class, it's now your responsibility to see how that connects with the real world, how this applies to the real world, that kind of thing. So if anyone that isn't studying a course that they planned for, or maybe they were pushed there, that kind of thing, you should now take the responsibility. Okay, there's this thing I love, when people say they are not interested in school. If someone comes to me, and I'll be fine with that, but when I now get to hear what they are interested in, the next question that comes to mind is, what are you doing about that thing you are interested in whilst studying that course? So just like we've been saying, excellence all around, excellence all around. I believe that if you are not totally interested in it, you should have the mindset of doing, even if you don't end up with a first class or something very big, you should be able to do well there. And that thing you are interested in, university is the place to explore. Like Rachel said, you should try several systems, try several things. If you're interested, I believe that in university, there is, no matter how unique you think that thing you are interested in is, there is a community, there are organizations, there are associations that you can build and hone those skills. So I don't support the idea that if you are pushed, you should just throw it. It can be very annoying, but we should embrace the fact that you are the one going through this. If you go through these 4 years where you have ample time to try out new things, discover certain areas of yourself, it wouldn't be nice to just pass through that phase. And yes, you are not interested in because you now end up just ending shabbily. And those things you are now interested in, you do now get to work on them and be good at them. So that's the first class mindset we are talking about. It's about advancing and being excellent in whatever thing you find your hand to do.
Beautiful. Please put your hands together for him for that beautiful response. So this would likely be our last question. Now we're in an environment that holds God at its center. What role would you say your faith in God has played in helping you become the person that you are?
Okay, still my success formula. My success formula is desire plus skill times faith equals to success. So even in my formula, it's times faith.
Could you say that again, please?
So desire plus skill times faith equals called success. This is what I want. I'm literally doing it, guys. So, firstly, I desire something. I've seen it from God. I deserve it. Plus, what are the things you're actually like? How are you acting on it? That's where the skill comes in. That's where you have to invest in different things. Times faith. So anything I'm doing, anything I lay my hands on, I commit it to the hands of the Lord. Because imagine how a random printing business is making over 6-7 figures. Like, I mean, anyone can start a printing business, but can it make 7 figures? I mean, like, I saw a problem, lip gloss. I was applying a lip gloss and I was reacting to it. I literally went online. I was like, why am I reacting to this lip gloss? And I found a solution. And I brought out the solution and I'm making 7 figures. How? It can only be the help of God. So anything you guys are doing, you need to have God. Because if you are doing it by your own will, you'll be stressed. The goal is always to blow and make the dollars. That is literally the goal, right? So when you don't have God in it, you are going to be stressed and still not making the dollars. Right? So without God, it's going to be very, very difficult. I commit everything in the hands of the Lord. You need to have an intimate relationship with God. He needs to guide you every step, where you go, the next decision, the word for the day, like every single thing. And I would say I am really favored with a lot of things. I am blessed with a lot of skills, time management skills, speaking skills, my mindset, my first class mindset. I would say everything is God. Yeah, you have to have an intimate relationship with God.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the time that we have. God is the best cheat code anyone would ever have in anything they're doing. So very quickly, a few seconds, one advice for our viewers.
One advice would be to, yes, for 100 level students, do it well academically. Just take you out to 100 level, 200 level, and just do it well, because a lot of things are going to come up. We always spoke about academics and business. There's still a lot of things ahead of everyone. Even me that I'm 500 level, there's still a lot of things I'm scared about actually. So try and take out things that you can take out now. The things that you have in your control is academic right now. You can focus on that. 100, 200 level, do your best. 300 level, do your best too. I'm not asking you to slack in 400, 500. I'm just saying there's still a lot of things that will come up. And build relationships. Every single thing that I am right now, I'm doing right now, it's not just me. It's not just me and praying inside, not just that. It is talking to people, meeting people. Feel free to meet people. I used to be I don't know what to call it, but I can just randomly enter into your room one day and just want to meet you just because I heard something about you. Meet people. 500 level is where you're going to see it. But the people around you are actually some total of who you are. So make as much meaningful relationships that you can make right now. And I think you should be fine.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for our wonderful panelists. That's the time we have for this session. So yes, we have more time. So another advice from Rachel.
Okay, so successful people are failures that were so stubborn. Like there are people that failed a lot of times but did not give up. Excuses are things to just justify why you can't do something. I will tell you to be stubborn with your goals. And I don't know the point you are at the moment. You can't go back to rewrite the story, but believe me, you can start now to have a better ending. If you got the gem, you got it.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for her, please.
Okay. So I would say setting audacious goals, like she has said, like they should be very, very challenging. That will push you beyond just what the common students will do. Because, like Bodu said, 100, 200, try to maximize. There's actually ample time. There is a lot of time to maximize. But at that level, because of many of us at that point, we are short-sighted. So we tend to just flex and enjoy. But one thing I'll say is, having to come for an event like this is really, really, like, I find that as already a sacrifice in the process to see and envision and become those things you're already looking at. So for me, I would give a cumulative sum of what they said because they also resonate with me. Relationships, make the most of it. Like if I'm looking at my journey so far, I would not term it as one that's too hard because I've consciously made an effort. I've consciously made efforts to be around people that have those goals. We don't need to say it to ourselves. We don't need to say, oh, I'm aiming to have or be a millionaire before the end of my university journey. They don't need to say they want to have a first-class GPA or 5.0, but unconsciously, like there's this thing about having it so conscious, it's so seated in you that you tend to invite, you tend to radiate, and it draws those kind of people to you. Yes, so that's one of the big things. And also, like I said earlier, trying to maximize this time for academics, then also start to try out things. You might not know what exactly it is, but there's one thing I saw from one of Bishop Oyedepo's books. It says that, yes, many are trying to discover purpose now, trying to find out that thing to do. But if there's one sure thing, the sure thing is that once you are dedicated to adding value everywhere you are, no matter how small, surely you're already working in purpose. So as that goes, you start to find those things that interest you, those things you are good at, that you just find yourself adding value and being just, you being a person that people want to be around. They have you in high esteem just because of that value-adding lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one from me, quickly. I'd like to say, please take good care of yourself. Eat well, rest properly, exercise. Take wonderful care of yourself because it's the person who is alive and well that can pursue excellence and success. All right, that's it. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for everyone. Put your hands together too for yourself for being a wonderful audience. Thank you very much.
Once again, please can you celebrate everyone that was on that panelist session? Wow, I must say that it was amazing, it was inspiring, it was impactful to see that there are students that are actually doing big things and they are still succeeding in their academics. Is a plus. Please can we celebrate them once again? You know, I must say that that was such an amazing session. I love the fact that when Rachel said she affirms herself every morning, she confesses to herself, and there is just something about confession that pushes you through. I know I tried it one morning. I was expecting an amount of money from someone. I can't call the figures. So the person hadn't sent it. The person had asked for my details and all of that, and it was taking so long. And then that morning, I was praying, and I just said, this week, Mirabel, you're getting that money. And I forgot about it. I didn't even know when the money entered my account because I don't check my account details or my alerts, rather. I wanted to make a transfer to someone else. When I was done, I was like, okay, let me just go through and see how much I have left because let me know what I'm doing with that money. And then I opened it. Obviously, when you make a transfer, the money is meant to reduce. And I was like, the money increased. How come? I traced it back and found out that that money had come to me days before. Like the day I made that confession, that was the day the money came. And I was finding out like 2-3 days after. What am I saying? Affirmations work, confessions work, and it just pushes you to do that thing you want to do. And one thing they also said that I want to reiterate, they both have different processes if you listen to them carefully. Rachel, on the other hand, has a practical structure that works for her life. This is how my day goes. Everybody in my circle knows that from this time to this time, don't check on me, I'm sleeping. Bolo, on the other hand, works in phases. Like, for this phase of my life, for this month, this is what I'm doing, this is how I'm going through. So if you come to my room, you know that, oh, I'm studying 24/7, and then maybe you come at another month and you're seeing him play. So what works for what who am I, what works for me, what is the structure that I can follow, what what would sustain me in general? I know that Dr. Azu is still going to throw more light to all of this because I saw him nodding his head while they were talking like, yes, this aligns a whole lot more. So I know he's going to throw more light on it. So you have to find out big time what works for you. And on this note, I would love to invite Dr. Azu back. We're going to be having, I think it's a workshop session. So it's more practical. I know it's one thing to hear all of this, but then it's another thing to actually know, how can I practice this thing? How can it become a reality for me? So he's going to be throwing more light on that. And I would love to say that if you have any questions from any of the sessions, please do well to jot them down so you're not forgetting, because there will be a session for Q&A immediately after Dr. Azu is done. So our online audience, our people at Covenant University, please join me make welcome once again Dr. Azu.
Thank you very much. Please rise up on your feet and just stretch yourself. You know, jump up if you like, wave in the air, you know, twist around, you know, do something. Just let the circulation flow. Look at the person by your right to your left. Tell them, you know, have a chat with them. Are you enjoying yourself? Do you like what's going on here? You know, how is this impacting you? Just flow. Do something different. You can jump up if you want, if you can afford it. All right. Okay, so let's play a very fast game. Also, the guys also at the landmark place, you can also do that. So I want to give you guys fruit salad this morning, and the fruit salad is very simple. So you say, this section here is watermelon. Is that okay? This section here is papaya. So you say papaya. This, section is banana, right? Banana. Then everybody would now go fruit salad. So it's like watermelon, papaya, banana. Then we say what? Fruit salad. Can we go now? Oh yeah, this section, 1 to go. Let's go. Oh yeah, now more energy. 1 to go. But I don't know, watermelon. It seems this is the hardest. This is the hardest to call, right? Okay, let's switch it now. These guys will go watermelon, papaya, then banana. Shall we do that? 1 to go. I think that's the most difficult one. All right. Well, I'm sure you're all refreshed already, right? So please take your seat. So we'll run through the practical sessions right now. Just stay with us. We're almost through. Yes, you've heard a few things, but I think there's a few more that we need to hear. I really enjoyed the panel discussion. I mean, amazing insights. You know, what gladdened my heart was the fact that these folks, you guys have discovered the secret of life. You don't have to bother yourself. You can graduate now, you're fine. I'm serious. You know, and I love what you said and what, I think you all said it, that what university gives you is like a lab, a training center. You can test anything. You know, you can feel safe, so to say. Feel what? Safe. And nobody really knows you, and it's fine. And you can test systems, know what works, right? And you can see how individuals already know themselves, what they would do. So when they leave Covenant University and they're in other places, they know exactly how to run their lives. Yes, Covenant University is strict. Yes, internet is not working. Somebody is running online business and they are doing very well. In the same university where internet is not working. Does that make sense? So I don't care what will happen in society, and out there is even worse. Who told you the not cut under sea cable will not happen? Who told you you will have a vehicle on the road and some hoodlums will not around? I mean, a lot of challenges happen. So if you are able to, don't say God take away the challenges. God should help you suffer because you are acquiring capacity for what you do. So thank you so much for that wonderful session. All right, so now let's look at the winning study framework. I'm sure the landmark group, I will need quite a lot of help here because I'm supposed to use the, I hope I'm able to. Okay, so a winning study framework. Now, what do we need to to actually study. They've said a lot of things, how they study. So what we are doing, I didn't call it a technique, I call it a framework. So how you intend to use the framework is up to you, based on your own uniqueness. All right? If there's something I pray to God for almost every day, is understanding. Why is understanding crucial? Understanding is how you domesticate wisdom or knowledge to design for yourself a solution that suits you. And I give this example most of the times. If someone says they've produced a recipe for jollof rice, that recipe is the person's wisdom. When that information is communicated to you, it becomes knowledge. There's no way you can make use of knowledge effectively in a way that would make sense if you don't have understanding. Because in the person's recipe, they said use rosemary. I don't even know what rosemary is. What is it? A spice. And you're wondering, and you check around your backyard, you can't find what? Now, if you don't understand that rosemary is what? A spice, you will not know that you can use this Yoruba stuff. You call it right? You call it saint leaf, right? You know saint leaf, right? I can use a refrain for my own spice or use something else, right? Now, if you don't know what rosemary's function is, you won't know how to replace it to still create a recipe that suits your context. So understanding becomes what? Important. Does that make sense? So what we are doing here is to, I hope this thing is working. What we are doing here is to give you guys a framework, and the goal is for you to depend on God to give you understanding on how to domesticate and use this in order to achieve the goal that you're supposed to achieve. So I said, what I've learned is that academic excellence is a memory game. Full stop. What I've learned that academic excellence is a memory game. And the individuals who excel at mastering memory are the persons who will do well effortlessly. So the struggle a lot of individuals go through in trying to read, you don't need all of those gymnastics if you understand that the end goal of all of this is memory. And why is that important? Life itself is about memory, true? Do you know riding a bicycle is a memory function? Driving a car is what? Memory function. Talking. There are some persons that have accidents to some part of their brains, and the memory of speech is affected. They have to learn how to what? Speak again. Some individuals have some accident that affects the part of their brain, and they forget how to walk. They have to learn how to what? Walk again. So every life function that we engage every day of our life is a function of memory. So when you understand it's a memory thing, then it won't stress you. The same way you remember, where your shoes are. Every time, stand up, every time I've asked a question years and years and years. I'll ask that question again, face them, and I won't be shocked at the answer you give. Where are your shoes right now?
On my feet.
Not the ones you are wearing, the other shoes, one in the hostel.
Yeah, at the top. One of my
So he's the first person that said top. Other will tell me, but there's always this hand gesture that goes up. Others will say is, he's saying this. But I've never asked anybody that question without them giving me a hand gesture. Does that make sense? And I asked them, did you remember where the shoe is so easily?
because I wear it almost every day.
So there's a deliberate intent to store it there. When you came to school, 100 level, was that where it was?
Yes, sir.
So you made a conscious decision to change it up. Why?
Because that's where dust would least get to.
It was clear. It was an intentional decision. But there are some things I will ask him now that they were like, he's not sure where it is. Well, because the hostel is something you move out of every semester, so it's possible everything in your locker right now, you intentionally store them where they are. True? Your ties, where are they?
Yeah, and
Every time, there's always this hand gesture that goes on. So, why am I asking this question? Because there are things you guys can relate with. It was easy for him to answer the question because at the point of storage, it was clear he knew exactly what he was doing, where he wanted to keep this item, that item. And like I keep asking him everything now, about items in his locker, and I'll get very deliberate answers. Do you guys get it? Now sit down. Let me ask you another question. If I asked you, Hepzibah, when you think of your house, what do you see? Okay, that's what you see, bungalow. What do you see when you think of your house right now? The house. What do you see? Your house, how? There's several parts of your house. So what part of your house do you see? I was waiting for that answer. Imagine, she lives, how many years have you lived in the house? For 2 years. And out of every aspect of the house, the only thing she can remember is what? The gate. Let me ask you, what level? Yes, 200. When you were at home and you think of covenant, what first comes to your mind? Chapel is the first thing. How many of you think of cafeteria first? That's the first picture in your mind, covenant cafeteria. How many of you have that picture? Okay, some of you, your room first. But your room changes, right? But you just have this room, this blurry room picture, right? How many of you think of your house and it's the gates you remember first? Let me see. From the outside now, the gate. Some of you, the house itself, from the outside the house, you just see the house. Some of you is your room you remember, let me see. Some of you is the parlor you remember, let me see. Ah. Why? You spend a lot of time in that parlor. On the couch, pressing remote. How many of you remember the kitchen? Ah. No, like the first picture. Ah, I'm going home. Bam, kitchen, your face. Jesus. Now, you know why I ask these questions? But when I ask students, maybe a particular course, what do you remember? Most times they will tell me they remember class. Have you? You remember the man, the lecturer. Some remember just the blurry slides, like healthy, Unfortunately, when you go for an exam, that's not what you want to remember. Does that make sense? I'm sure you've not thought about these things, consciously this way. When you ask me of something right now, concerning any course I'm taking, there should be a picture, and that picture, just the way this young man arranged his locker, he's too sure where those things are. If you ask him, go now and get them, he knows exactly where to go to pick whatever item. If you store right, write it down, you will retrieve right. If you store rough, you will retrieve hard. I wonder really why individuals go to an examination hall. I'm not saying this is not somehow spiritual attack, I know. But you go to an exam hall and you are struggling to, I'm trying to remember something. It's awkward. It's a very odd concept to me. If you are struggling to remember, it's because you did not actually store correctly. So one of the things you want to strive in your studying is to store correctly. Yes, there's sort of understanding. Understanding helps you make connections, and you're able to see how the parts connect together. But ultimately, it's still about memory. So memory is important. So academic excellence, we said here, is a memory game. And the individuals who have mastered that memory are the ones who would actually make the best of it. Now, I said here that memory is strengthened by what? Attention. Memory is strengthened by attention. Let me ask somebody else here. Let me see. Maybe a lady. Yes. Yes. Good. You came to this chapel from where? Hostel? Good. What hall are you? Deborah is over here, right? Now, when you were coming to this chapel, how many persons did you see on the road? But you saw people. Can you estimate the number? No, she's struggling. No, she can't deny the fact that she didn't see anybody. But she wasn't doing what? Paying what? Even though, yes, she knows she saw. Okay, if I ask you, did you see an alien? No. Oh, I mean, obviously. Because if an alien had showed up, she would have done what? Paid attention and she would have remembered. Everything she was seeing was normal. She didn't think it was important. She just walked through, came here. The wind was blowing. She can't even tell. I mean, several things were happening, but she was not paying attention. But do you know that your brain processed all of those information, yet you can't remember them? Hello, guys. Are you see what I'm saying? your brain processed all of those information. Yet when it mattered most, when you were being asked, you can't remember them. Why? Why couldn't you remember them? So what actually determines what you and I remember is what we paid what? Attention to. Is what we paid attention to. And really is our saving grace. If you remembered everything you saw, you'll have gone. So it's like a safety mechanism that the only things that are important to you are the things that you do what? Pay attention to. Or except something out of the blues that you've never seen before. And once that happens, it's novel. Wow, what's going on here? And what's going on here prompts attention. And later on, you can now talk about it. Now, if they asked you, where were you since 9 o'clock at the chapel? You can't forget you were here. Why can't you forget you were here? Well, you can forget what they said. Right? You paid attention enough to know I'm here. You are conscious. But you might not have paid enough attention to hear everything that was said for you to be able to articulate exactly what I heard. Does that make sense? So if you want to remember more, what do you do? I can't hear you. If you want to remember more, what do you do? So you see why I said attention is soul of what? Success. Now, those guys said a few things right here in Panelist. I heard a lot of things. And for me, it just confirms so much because there are things I'm thinking about in my mind or in my own life. There are thoughts and frameworks I'm building. And what they are saying just fits in perfectly. I can't forget all the case studies and the examples that they gave. I can't forget it. At least not in the concept level of it, right? I might not be able to say it word for word, but I know the concept and substance of what was said because I was paying attention. And what we're saying resonated with something I'm either thinking of or something I'm working on. Attention. So the question is, how do you now ensure that you pay adequate attention? So I said here that paying attention gives weight to all that you are observing and all that you are experiencing. So if there's one skill, one conscious thing you have to take away from this boot camp today is I need to work on my what? Attention. 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 So intentional attention is what strengthens memory muscles. Because many things can happen. Yes, you can remember a lot of things. But this one is a very important aspect of your life and academics. Then you have to now direct what I call intentional attention, towards it. Very important. Very important. So there's a concept in cognitive science called consolidation. That's how the brain works. And what is consolidation? Somebody said I must sleep between 7 and 9. And when she finishes by 2, what does she do? Tell yourself sleep is good. Who said no, sleep is not good? The way your brain converts your short-time memory to long-time memory is during what? Sleep. Come on, say sleep. So somebody said, how do I prepare for an exam? So all of those guys that would read from night and read into the exam hall, you might have succeeded in cramming a lot. And that's why once exam ends, maybe the last week of exam, you are breaking down physically. Or once you get home like this, bam, you just break down, bam. And the result does not even really show that you have done that level of work. Why? Because the individual is not paying attention to sleep. Sleep does not mean go to bed by 8 o'clock and wake up by 8 o'clock. No. Sleep can be 5 minutes, can be 10, can be 15, can be 30, can be 1 hour. I tell students, this is me, don't follow me. I didn't know what coffee tastes like as a student. I never took it. When sleep came, what happened? I slept. That is me. Don't follow me. Come on, say amen. I slept because I knew that I can't. I don't know. I will not put stick because your brain has already shut down. So I don't know what you are doing awake. All right. So once that happens, it means I know someone will say, well, once I sleep now, I can't wake up. It will take them to shoot a gun close to my ears to actually wake me up. But if you have that, there are other mechanisms you can use to curtail that. All right. But one of the things that I've learned about memory is that memory requires consolidation. And one way by which your brain knows that this information is important is when you try to remember it. So tell yourself, remembering aids remembrance. Listen, remembering aids remembrance. Now look at it. When you try to remember something, what we talked about his shoes now, when next he wants to pick his shoe, what happens to him? He remembers that we had this conversation, right? Because, in trying to remember that when when pressure was put on him, elevated that, seemingly small action of your life to make it more important. So next time he wants to talk, now that even talking about it is consolidating what? That memory. So he remember, this is my shoe, this is my shoe. And when anybody sees him also tomorrow, well, guy, how your shoe? All of those conversations is doing what? Is strengthening what? That memory. So I tell students, yes, you guys talk about a lot of things, but how many of you actually gist about the content of your courses? Like, yeah, some do, but some don't. Some doesn't know. We're gonna have to talk to Bob. It's okay. But how many of you just the content of it? And we see do a lot of practicals here. As a trying to remember increases the likelihood of remembering. Very important. Very important. So, is it me or is this boy? So I said here, this is also another fallacy I've seen among students. 99% of examinations are what? No, sorry, error, not oral. So it should be not. You can't edit it. So this is an error. 99% of examinations are what? Non-oral. They're not non-oral. It's supposed to be non-oral. The only oral exams you guys might have to take is your service defense and your final year project. Maybe they give you guys group assignment and say, come and defend it. Most times the mark they allocate is very what? Minuscule. Bulk of your examination will be written or practicals if you are in the sciences, right? But it's not something that you have to stand, wear fine suit, and you have to defend. If examinations were oral, many persons would be flyers. Do you agree? You know why you be high flyers? If I say define this concept, you say, well, this concept is like, when you, Now, I can understand all of your body language, your mannerism, and actually that's how humans communicate, true of us. When I say, you get it, right? I don't have to say it. If exams were oral, we won't have any problem because you can bamboozle us with fine words and twisted tongue and say very nice. I'm like, wow, yeah, you got it. But the problem is that the examinations are what? Written. But the mistake a lot of students now make is to prepare for a written exams by just reading. And what do you do when you read? You just take the book and you know what? What have you been doing? I've been what? Reading. So we now put you in a situation where you now have to write the exams, but you're not prepared for writing the exams because all you are prepared was to what? Read that particular person. So problem now issues. So I met this boy, I was having a chat with him. I'm not sure he's here. I hope he's here. If he's not here, then he's not serious. I couldn't come because what you're asking me to be answered. And he says, when he goes to the exam, what does he do? He normally writes as though he's trying to be very informal with the lecturer. So the lecturer will feel comfortable reading what he wrote, very literally. So he writes in slangs, like in the script, when A joins B, like, you understand, right? Then because I was asking, we're trying to troubleshoot where the problem is. When he said that, I say, oh boy, I'm not a lecturer, but that thing you just said now is the what? Problem. So I don't think I should define it using the formal term, but should just be informal. I say, boy, that's the problem. That's the problem. People don't train themselves to write. Some say, I've read. And when the time comes for the exam, it shows. So I'm saying here that you must start learning how to write versus reading. So how do we do that? Is it me or is it the screen? Yes. So there's something I call the outlining method, because don't forget, we want to sustain attention over the long term. So here's the practical part, and I'm going to ask you guys a question right now. Now, how many of you, somebody said they did 12 courses. Where's that guy? Where is he? Is he good? Okay, come forward. I want to use you as the lab rat for this. So, open a blank page in your book right now and put there how many courses you are taking. If you like, write all of the, write all of the course code. Just write it down very fast. The 12 courses or 10 courses you are taking. So while you are doing that, let's listen to this guy right now. Now, mention one course that you are taking, just one course. Don't say TMCU.
BUD 211. BUD 211. Yes.
Now listen, he said he's taking a course named BUD 211. How many topics have you done this semester so far?
Like
4 topics. You are very sure. Entire semester. Just 4 topics. So that is an A, simple A for you, right? So by God's grace. Okay, 4 topics. Can you list the 4 topics?
Momentum, trust analysis, being, like what is,
I see. The call is ahead.
the shear force, and the rest.
Now, you know why I'm asking these questions, right? When you were saying those answers, what was on your mind? What were you thinking about?
Calculation.
What are you seeing? Are you seeing the lecture notes? Are you seeing the lecturer? Are you seeing the screen? Are you seeing the slide? What are you seeing exactly?
Yeah, I'm seeing the slides because I usually sit around front, so that picture is. Yes.
Now, this, what's the first GPA? You can make a 5.00. You don't know? Level, yes, 5.00 means that is your GP for semester. You can make it, right? You know it's possible. What happened to make it? Business or what?
Nah, this is
What type? Hope there's no game involved in it.
no. Probably like, laziness, procrastination.
Just for personal stuff. Alright. Now, but there's something very fundamental he said. Now, he said 4 courses. And those 4 courses, he did not get, he only got 2 correctly. The other 2 was, giving us gesticulation. And he said something again that is very fundamental. He said what he's remembering is the slide because he sits in front. Now, what I'm about to tell you guys is something that you have to create yourself. Because right now you are creating memory, just like when you resume school in a new semester. You determine where your shoe goes, you determine where your tie goes, you determine where your bangles or your trinkets go, you determine where your provisions go, you determine where every personal belongings of yours go, you determine it. So right now what you are doing with the outlining method first is to determine. So when I ask you how many courses are you taking, what came to your mind? Was it your course reg or what?
Yeah, my course reg.
Your course reg. That is the picture you have. You saw 12 there. Now if I ask you to list all of those 12 courses, can you list them?
Yes.
How many of you have done the 12 listings or 10 listings? Beautiful. So next time somebody asks you how many courses are you taking, what do you think you will remember? I can't remember. I can't hear you. What you are writing now, true of us. Because now there was a conscious effort to recreate this memory. So it's not an issue. So what I'm trying to do is when you close your eyes as a student, you can see all of your courses. I'm doing 12 of them. It's clear. It's not that I'm not sure. You can see it. And one thing you are seeing is that sheet of paper or whatever it is that you use to create that particular list. That's number 1. Number 2, you now go to individual course that you are taking. In this case, the 211. You're asking yourself, so in front of each of those courses now, write it in front of them. How many topics have you done each of them? How many of you can write all the topics done and everything? Yeah, try. Yeah, go and join them and try. What we are doing now is the things that, it will take you 5 minutes to do. But what you have done with that information is you have done what? You have set a stage for a long-term memory because you were very intentional and deliberate in creating it. So who has done everything? Who has done everything? Let me see. you sure that all the 10 courses you are doing, you know all the topics you've done for each of the 10 courses? Including CMC and DLD. Nobody. Nobody. Everything. Everything. So for her, I'm sure the guys at Landmark understand what we are doing. No, I said not just your courses now. Not the course code. How many topics have you done per course? Yes. So for example, if you've done, let me say, you have a case of, so I'm doing CST. If there's a course like that, you now add and say you have done four topics. Maybe you have a course called CS, CCS, 2311. We've done 10 topics. We have BUD, all the courses you are taking now, okay? You've done 7 topics. So you want to list out all the number of topics that you've done there. How many of you have done that? Correctly done it. Let me see. Anybody? Ma'am, you've done it? For all of the courses, how many topics you've taken so far? Wow. Let me see. That's amazing. How many of you are feeling so inadequate right now? I don't mean units. EDS, no topic? 0? Like, are you serious or? I don't understand. No, is this the topic or the unit? The topics? CF311, no. 0 topics. I don't know what you've read for the exam. I mean, what has been covered? Okay, I mean, what has been covered already? What has been covered in the course so far? I was scared. 0 unit? No, 0 because it's not possible. How many of you have done it? Nobody. Yes, you've done it. For every course, how many topics you have covered? Let me see. Is it most or all? I said all. All. Has anybody done all? I would be very surprised if anybody did that. That's why I was like, wow. Has anybody done it? Nobody. Okay, how many of you have done about more than 50%? You know at least how many you've covered more than 50% of the courses. Right now you can remember. Now, you see what's going on right now? Because it means you are not keeping, let me not say you're not focused. You're not keeping track of what's going on. All the metrics concerning your academics, you don't have it in your fingertips. So you don't even know the amount of scope of work you need to do in the next how many days before exams. You don't even have any clue. You're just hoping maybe after now you can sit there and now do a reading plan or something and you'll be fine. You don't have that information, and you should. You should. Or you should have. All right? So one of the things you're going to do right now for me is you're going to sit down after this course, after this boot camp. Don't go and eat if you go and eat. And settle down and ask yourself, take all of your notes and ask yourself, how many topics have we done? Do an audit. CSE 211, we've done 10 topics. We've done 12 topics. We've done 5 topics. We've done 6 topics. We've done all of this. That's level 1. Then level 2, I don't know if Studio can help me. I don't know how to move to the other, to the whiteboard. Now, this is level 1. Level 2, you now take for each of this course now. So let's say for CST 211, how many of you have done, at least you've written how many topics you've done for one course? Let me see, for this one course. Okay, for that course, in your own case, how many topics do you have? You have 5. Mention the first topic. Can you list out all the topics for the ones you've done? Can you do that? So use this style, write the topic, write CST 211, you wrote 5, then use arrows to just write, scribble what those topics are, on each of them, just one of them. How many of you can do that? You can do that, right? Now, if you've done that, I'll now ask you the next question, the next level of detail. For topic 1, how many subtopics do you have under it? Jesus. Hey, Jesus. Sir, you're not robots. When I ask you how many wings is in your hall, do you know? Eh? You know, right? How many rooms are on your floor? Do you know? Eh? So you can estimate how many persons, how many people on your floor. People that on your floor, you know them? You know, right? Is it complex? It's very complex. Why do you know that information? question every day. You start. Maybe the first week you won't have known, but later on you knew. It's that simple. It might take you 5 minutes to fill up that sheet. It will take you the rest of the semester to remember it. Are you seeing structure? So when I pick a course, the first thing I see are the 10 courses I'm offering. Next thing I see for each of the courses, I know we've done 7, we've done 6, we've done 5, we've done whatever. For this 7, I know we've done this. What if you can do that successfully for all of your courses? What you have just done is that you have just created a framework, a storage framework, a storage framework. Do you know something that will shock you guys? It's something you know, but it will shock you now. Who has a book here? A book, a textbook or something, a book. Or even a normal book. A book. Not a textbook, a printed, a published book. A published book. A published book. Okay. Now, this is a book titled Die Empty, Unleash Your Best Work Every Day. Even novels are organized in chapters. True? True? As just free writing as they say. For this book, for example, what you find in this book, the first thing you find is a table of what? You find a table of contents. There is no book that does not have it. If a book does not have a table of content, run away. You see the table of content? And what does this give you an idea of? It tells me there are 12 chapters in this book already. Can you see? So that gives me structure. I know I have to read something how many times? 12 times at least. And when you now go to each chapter, I'm sure each of those chapters are also organized into sections and subheadings. Can you see that? Is that how your textbooks are? Answer me. Eh? As complex as that subject area is, the beauty of curating that book is to give the book what? A structure. So that way it's manageable. You and I can digest it easily. You can know I am on chapter 4, section this, subsection that. You know where you are in the book. You can find yourself. So if you do what I'm asking you to do here, what you have just done is you have mapped the entire landscape of your academic work. What you have done, you have mentally conquered it. What you have done, you have set up storage structures. So that when you now start reading the details, which I will show you how, what you are now doing, you are now putting informations where informations ought to what? To be. Even if I give you the microphone and I tell you, tell me about your academic workload, and you stand up with the microphone and you tell us that I'm offering 12 courses, these are the course code, these are their course units. For course 1, we have covered about 7 topics. These are the 7 topics. For course 2, we have covered about 4 topics. These are the 5 topics. If somebody stood here and was saying that to an audience that was not here, what would they judge him as? They'll say, what? He's a robot. They'll be like, wow. How will he sound? How will the person sound? He will sound in control. He knows what he's talking about. And what he has done for him, anytime he's now reading the detail of those 7 topics, is clear what belongs to where. He has created a structure. He has demystified that information to his own consciousness in a way that when he's now when he wants to recall it, he knows exactly where to do what? To go to in order to pluck out a particular information. So if you leave this place today, when you go today, one of the things you do is it will take you 30 minutes. Just flip through your notes to design this and master it. 30 minutes, I'm telling you. 30 minutes alone just to build structure, and you are good to go. So the next thing is now the full person involvement when you are actually doing your studying. So a lot of the reason why students say they have challenges when they can't remember or when they get distracted is because the full person is not involved. And what is the full person? I said your brain, because it's not only your mind. Your mind, fits in all of those various components. Okay? So you want to ensure that your eyes, hello, your what? Your ears, your what? Your mouth, I didn't add mouth, the mouth is there, and your hands and your body is involved in this study. You can't forget what you are actively doing. You can't be distracted. The reason why you take the book on your bed and you are reading that page 5, 10, 6, 7, 14 times is because of what? It's not sleep. Other things are going on. But I can't say rubbish right now, can I? Because I know I'm addressing you. I'm processing the thought, the next words to say. I'm actively conscious in this engagement. Who told you? You cannot take that symbol. Like what I do, I open a blank sheet of paper, I mark it. Studio, I would have loved to get help from this whole. Okay, so what I do, so I start my study session. So I'm studying A. That is the first topic. I know A has AI, AII. This is me studying. I'm not just writing it. What am I doing? I'm saying it. So under my breath, those in the lab, you can't be studying, right? I have AII. Then under A, I have this, I have that, I have this. I'm writing, not just scribbling, writing. If there are definitions, or if there are concepts, or if there are keywords I have to write, I'm writing them down. I'm training myself to not just have it as concept in my mind. I'm training myself to do what? To write it. So my mouth is involved. I'm hearing myself speak. My eyes is following my hand coordination. And if some things require you to demonstrate or gesticulate, somebody said he walks around pacing. I don't know what to walk around pacing. You can walk around pacing the concept. I saw this one that was very crazy. The guy said, set up your device and record yourself. This thing you are doing, as if you want to go and teach somebody else. So number one, the first concept is this. So you can even do it and send to your friend. You'll be like, what's wrong with her? Why is she sending this to me? But what you have just done, record yourself, play it back to yourself. Those awkward things making you look like what's going on here. But it's tricking your mind to remember this thing that you're about to stop. So to overcome the boredom of, I took my book and my mind is wandering. Your mind can't be wandering when you are speaking. Either under your breath or saying it in your mind. But don't just be mindless in reading. Don't put yourself in a position that would allow distraction to overcome you. Be strategic. Are you guys following me now? So one of the greatest things you should have with you is a writing material, a note. Personally, I don't have notes in terms of, some say, oh, this is my note. I don't have notes, personally. Every reading time, I create what? New notes. Yeah. I want to be able to task myself to do what? Remember. So if there are 5 ways of doing something in the notes, I ask, well, what are the 5 ways? I try writing it down. Way number 1, way number 2, way number 3, number 4, I can't remember it. That means I didn't do what? Store it well. But the act of you trying to remember it is telling your mind that there's something wrong in our knowledge gap here. Oh boy, go and check back. When you check back and you update it, you won't be the same person again tomorrow concerning that particular topic. So the more you are rehearsing the content, because it's about memory, you are rehearsing it. It looks like it's a lot of work, but I tell you, it will serve you much later when the exam itself comes, because you're not under pressure. When I enter the examination hall personally, and I sit down, they say start. I just check, I scan through all the questions, like we normally do. 6, answer how many? 4. Back of my answer booklet, the back. I start scribbling all the answers that I have, everything. 7, they explain this, I explain it. This one, the formula, I write the formula down. I write everything I need to do. I do that for like 30 minutes into the exam. So that way I have already done all my thinking 30 minutes prior to the exams. I now turn my answer booklet and I start answering. So that way I'm just writing, it's like you're just writing from memory, not just about you trying to remember something. What I can't remember, I don't bother myself. That means I didn't store properly. There's no point hitting your head. And how many of you have done that and you remember? How many of you have done that and you remember? But it never worked for me. I can do it 100 times, so I don't remember. But what I'm saying is, when there is ease in storage, there will be ease in what? Retrieval. Are you with me? Are you with me? So if your whole person is not involved, there's no way you can make the most of that study session. If your whole person, so as much as possible, you want to bring in, let me add your mouth, because you must speak it. You want to bring in your brain, your eyes, your ears, your brain is doing coordination, your hands, if possible your body, then add your mouth. Ensure you are speaking it. That way, sleep, you overcome sleep. 2, you overcome distraction, the thoughts going in your head. 3, you are the one in charge of your learning, creating. And if it's as if the thing is not interesting enough, look for somebody, sit him down. I used to tell you guys of a friend I had, with 100 level. He just come to us in class. Azu, you don't solve this question. I was saying, no, sit down, shift, make I teach you. Now, what was he doing? Reinforcing what he has read, remembering. And you'll be there, the lawful captive. Yeah, teach me now, teach me, just be teaching me. Then he's solving the question. I know it's helping him. I've not read it, and I've not got to that part in my reading, but he needs somebody to practice on, no problem. I'll be willing to be your sandbag, yeah, be solving. I guess what I mean. So if you think it's not interesting enough, look for somebody. Someone said they take tutorials. There's somebody in your class now that needs someone to just guide them through. Take advantage of it. It was a man called Robert Half that said this, that anytime somebody teaches, to learn. When I teach you, we are both what? Learn. Don't say, hey, they will not answer me. Tell them, I want to buy you lunch to teach you. If that's what it takes, I'll buy you lunch today. Have you eaten? He said, no. I will buy you lunch. I want to teach you this concept. He said, I don't think about learning. See that? Because sometimes when you want to communicate something to somebody else, all of your senses come alive because you have to articulate yourself to do it. And in doing that, what are you doing to your memory? Consolidating. Whether it's mathematics you are solving, do it. But don't just lie on your bed with your device and just, and the one that really bothers me a lot. People go and borrow people's notes to read. Kai. But that guy is writing the way he is processing the thing. You're not in his mind. Dude, let me talk like that. Dude, sit down and write your what? Are we together? So I said here, the act of remembering. So I asked the question earlier, what do you do with 10 minutes in the toilet? What do you do with the 5 minutes you have in your bath? What do you do? Well, 5 minutes is too small, right? Too small, okay. 30 minutes having your bath. Even longer time. Okay, that's too much. So give me a range. Ish. Okay. Chancellor is 3 minutes, it's done. Okay, let's say, because there's no time. What are you getting? You said, did you go and sleep? Did you roll in the mud? He said, full body wash. All right. So, 15 minutes you have in your bath. Just ask yourself, in BUD 211, all those things you've written down, try and do what? You will not recollect them everything in terms of detail, but what you have done to your brain is that, look, this information is what? Important. Next time you encounter it, take what? Notes. You are working from hostel. I'm not saying don't gist, but there are sometimes you have things you've not settled. Instead of plugging those things in your ears, but you can plug them because you want to give people the impression that you are plugged in, right? But be processing. Okay, this topic now. So all these things I'm saying, always have them following you. Just that we don't have a machine to just check what's going on in your mind. We just see arrows, coming out and concept and bullet and numbers rolling. All those stuff, right? Yeah, around your head. Let that be what's constantly going on. What you are telling yourself or what you are telling your brain is these informations are what important. This is the order in which I want them stored. So that when I ask you tomorrow for them, you will not be, telling me, I'm not banging. You're not banging your brain. I see, I hate that thing in my life. You're banging your brain because you want to do that. Are you guys following? How many of you will try this? Try it. See, once you do it, you have conquered you have conquered your workload, which is very important. So I call it the act of remembering. The act of remembering. So as much as possible, several times in the day, try your best to remember. As much as possible, several times in the day, try your best to remember. Try your best to remember. Keep remembering. 5 minutes after you've done your devotion and everything, or maybe do that before your last devotion, because the last thing you want to think about is God, amen? So you want to think about God or your Bible or maybe a book you are reading. Usually, I always try to read to sleep, like after everything on the bed, sleep. Some of you, once you hit the bed, you sleep off. Let me see. Okay, but me, once I hit the bed, I take some time, maybe like 5-10 minutes, you are still ahead before I sleep. So usually that's what I read. So I want the last thing I'm thinking about is either the Bible or a book or something that is thought stimulating, because somehow it gets processed into your subconscious and all that. That's why when you are watching horror movie, before you sleep, what's happening to you? Eh? So you may not even see it, but something is already, those things are not natural. I beg you please, in the name of God, don't say, I like it, popcorn. It's not healthy for your mental health. Serious, I'm very serious. It shocks your sensibility. A hand comes out of someone's mouth, and that hand now grabs somebody else and now drag the person back, and you're like, ah. The unnatural entertainment, they are very, what's the right word for it? Someone said demonic. Don't do that. So spend the last 5 minutes, trying to what? Remember. Just remember. Just keep remembering. If you remember between now and 10th of February, I guarantee you, if you try to keep remembering between now and 10th of February, I guarantee you will have the best result. This was what I shared with John. You will have the best results you've ever had. Now, in this final section, we're saying the quantized student success plan. This is just giving you a framework to put all of these activities together. How many days do you have to exams? Is it 10? How many? 9 days. So that's where we are right now. It's final stage. And we'll shut down. 9 stages. Look at the scripture. It said, Luke 14:28. Which of you intend to build a tower does not first sit down and do what? And do what? I can't hear you. Shout it out loud. And do what? Count the cost to see if he has the resources to complete it. Now, exams are coming in 9 days' time. Have you counted the cost? Some individuals, the concept of academic excellence is still nebulous in their mind. This semester, chaplain will say, this semester, no chaplain, this semester, you have your best result ever. What will you guys say? But the question is, have you done what? Counted? Do you have, now the first part that we talked about is very important because that gives you the scope of the entire work. You have a grip. If I slap you up 5 a.m. in the morning, how many you can tell me, 10 courses, yeah. And I mean, you have that information, don't you? It's not, but now how do you ensure that you are able to remember everything or walk through everything you need to walk through? I asked a question earlier. How many of you are prepared for example tomorrow? Many of you said what? No. I said now be where we are. So write down in your book. Today's what? First. So write Saturday first. Write it down in a straight line. Saturday first. Saturday first. So like this, you have Saturday, right? 1st of February. You have Sunday, 2nd of February. You have Monday, 3rd of February. So just like this, just write everything down that way. You have Tuesday, 4th. So write it up until Sunday. What's Sunday now? Sunday will be what? 9th of what? Of February. This all the days you have. Because what we are doing now is we are counting the cost. You have to count the cost. So write it down this way. 1st, 2nd, I'm sure our landmark guys are still with us. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, up until 9th, depending on when your exams are starting. If your exams are starting later, just extend to when your exams are starting. By now, you should have an idea when your exams will be starting. So once you've done that, have you done that? Do you have 9 days? 9 days, right? Plus today, right? Saturday to Sunday, 9 days, good. Now look at this. I said time is our greatest affordance measure. There are many measures for affordance. Energy is one of them, okay? Money is one of them, right? Relationship is one of them. But in this case now, it's time. Energy will deal with that. We're assuming that all of you have energy to run through because you don't have a choice. Your father will flog the hell out of you. So the energy must come. There's no problem. But with time. So let's say, I said, just like when you know how much money you have, it conditions or regulates your spending. Is that true? Is that true? Is that true? If you know you don't have money, do you go and borrow someone's iPad that if it drops from your hand and breaks, you can't even buy, you can't buy the screen. You go and borrow the iPad. Yes or no? So you still borrow it. All right. So the amount of money you have determines the amount it regulates your spendings. In the same manner, the amount of time you have regulates where you place your attention. Now write this down in your book. Time is the ultimate currency. Attention is how you spend it. Time is the ultimate currency of life. Attention is how you spend it. All of us have equal time, 24 hours, yes? But your attention, what you pay attention to, or what you give attention to, is what determines how you spend your time. That is how you spend it. So if you understand how much time you have, and you understand how much work you need to accomplish, then you understand how valuable each 1 minute is of your time. She said something very important, that she knows what her goals are. She can't afford to. And I see that a lot among students. Cafeteria, you see 5 people go to cafeteria to buy food for 1 person. Mostly girls. Because guys don't have time for that kind of thing. Do you? Yes or no? And there's some very smarter ones who say, please, who's going to carve? Someone say, me, can you help me? He has just saved 2 hours or 3 hours of his life. So when there's someone, I'm not saying don't be kind to people. If you're actually going to carve, help them. But don't now say, it's only you that you always send to cafeteria. There's a problem. Are you getting that? Hello? You know, back in the days, when we were still students here, it was easier. Because those days we eat in cafeteria. But now people hardly eat in cafeteria. You used to eat cafeteria. There's no plate to even serve the food. Every food you buy is a pack, right? Those days we would offer plate and spoons and cups, everything, and we will eat. When we go to cafeteria, we sit down to eat. There's no time. I had a mentor there, Marcos, amazing guy. He was hair level. I know we go to cafeteria, buy his food, sit down, he's eating. He can be 5 on that table, he doesn't care. Once he's done his own food, what happens? Guys, God bless you, see you guys. Well, so, some of us will now, because you are finished, your guys have not finished, you are doing what? Waiting for them. And what are you wasting? Now, it's okay if, like you said, when Anthony said, relationship, you want to socialize, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. That's also part of your goal. This year, I want to socialize with 100 people. It's okay. Socialize is your goal. But if it's not your goal, what are you doing? Somebody tells you, I want to go and see this lecturer. And you go with me. You said, yes, you now go. And they will come. They'll say, I say, okay, do you have a problem? No, you, yes. So why do you come with him or her? She's my friend. I said, is there something else she would do for you that would account for this time? He said, no, I love her, she's my friend, I don't want her to be lonely. Someone say, oh, it's okay, but I'm saying that, what are you wasting, what? Now, don't put yourself in a position where because you can't say no, that's the truth. You're going to say no, like, I'm a very mean person. So, don't even put yourself in a position. You know why I don't take money? I hardly take money with me when I go anywhere. So, if someone comes to me and says, I need money, I don't have money to give you. The only sound, giving people, if you hear any sound in my pocket that sounds like this, it's what? Paper. It's not the money. Why? Because I realized that you can have 10,000 with you, and before you just 5,000 here, 2,000 here, and you can't say I don't have money when you don't have money, because it'll be a lie. And the person also has a need, so you have to do what? Give. So those impulse giving is not actually good, because you're not actually planning. You can be more discreet in your giving, just like you can be more discreet in your what. So don't put yourself in a position. So when you meet me and say I need money, that need has to be critical. And the best I can do for you is to transfer what? Eh? One of you met me one time, he has finished now. He always have a financial problem. Sir, I have financial problem. How old are you? 100 level? Financial problem? He says, sir, I was sleeping, my hand was hit someone's laptop. The laptop broke. And the guy said I was repairing it, so all of my pocket money I have to repair it now. I don't have money to feed. Okay, I don't have money, Abby. But I can't leave him stranded. What's your account? I transfer money to him. About 2 weeks after, sir, I have money. I said, what's the problem? Actually, I I'm owing somebody money. Owing somebody money. Okay, how much? I said, let's see. Third time he came, I said, let's see the last time. Now, not because I don't love him. I knows I love him. He knows I love him. I'm saying, why are you always having financial problems? You are too young to be having what? You are too young. Every time, say every financial crisis, every time, as young as 100, 200, why? So I counseled him. I said, tell your parents you broke someone's laptop. He said, they'll kill me. I said, yes, tell them. So that next time you want to borrow the laptop, you remember how they killed you and how you came back to life and what you should not do. That was the last time. I don't know if he was still having a financial problem, but that was the last time he came to me. Not because I won't give him, because I can't see him go hungry. It's not possible, right? I mean, he's like a son to me. But I need to teach him what? Responsibility. Why am I saying that? It's not everybody that comes to you for your time that you do what? If someone said, teach me something, what's that? Opportunity. Because it will leverage your own studying, won't it? Yeah. But someone come and say, I don't know, how far now? You say, fine. You are studying, no? He sees you are studying, how far now? You don't start bring one nonsense gist. You now start talking. And you are trying to say, because you're trying to be nice, you're trying to studying, you don't want to be rude and everything. And he cannot even still have the social sense to say that I'm disturbing somebody. At that instance, if you are too timid, you don't want to tell him off, find a way to close the book. And not sleep, I say, I want to sleep or something, and just, or walk him out to the corridor. We're having a conversation. If somebody else is, or argue over somebody else, I'll go back to you. I don't know. I'll ensure you don't put yourself in a position where somebody would come and take your time that you don't what? Have. I will share this story and I'll go to the strategy about money. The guy met me. I plan my spendings. Amen? I plan it. I know how much I should spend per day. How many people like that? If you spend above that amount today, tomorrow what happens? You will just relax. Someone said I will just be relaxed. Just relax yourself. I will slack. The next day I will continue. Right? I'll plan myself. I made a mistake. I took a bulk money with me that day. They came, yeah, please you have change there. I said, yeah, why not? I didn't have change. I didn't 1,000 naira. Then 1K was a lot of money. 1K. The guy just went in very hungry. I went to the counter. I bought rice and normal, I think it was roast pot. Everything. I'm not sure I spent up to 100 naira. Without food then. Back in the days, not now. About maybe 100 or 200. My guy came back with tampico, chicken and chips. My 1,000 blown. Me that gave him the money. I've never eaten chicken and chips. I've never taken tampico. And he came back, man, thanks, man. Hi! I was there looking at him. Because he didn't say borrow me, he said what? He said, my mind, you buy 200 naira, bring back 800 naira change. This guy brings the entire thing. Man, thanks, man. I was eating Jesus. And I was just there looking at him. Every bite, I was counting it. It could have been me. After he thanked me, man, thanks, man. Well, if you don't give from your heart, God does not bless you. I know I never receive blessing from that giving. Because I took back the money in the way I was feeling. Every bite, I was taking back my money in anger. The money came back. What am I saying? You have to be very discreet with your what? If you don't have a hideout now, go and find one. Library is good. One class somewhere is good. If you're in CST, and you know that once you enter CST, all your fans and followers will greet you, go to CMSS building. Are you guys hearing me now? Look for a place you know your own familiar. Even if 1 million persons are in the room and they are cracking joke, it does not amuse you. You don't know them, they don't know you. Whatever they are saying is their business. You can focus on why you are there. So this strategy is very important. So what do you do with this strategy? So number one, you've written down all of those dates you have there. Number two, what I want us to now do. So this scripture, Psalms 90:12 says, teach us to number our days. Because if you count the amount of time you have, wisdom will come, right? Teach us to number our days so we can be what? Wise. We know how to use it. Now, so question, we have answered the first question, how many days we have to exams. Number two, how many courses are you offering? You've answered that already, right? You know it's 12. Now look at it. Distribute all the courses you are offering across those 9 days. We know courses that are bulky, courses that are smaller, try and pair them. Ensure every course that you are offering occupies those 9 days. Some days might be 2, some days might be 1. Do that. Pair. If you are doing 10 courses, and try and fit those 10 courses in those 9 days. If you are doing 12 courses, ensure you fit those 12 courses in those 9 days. You can mix maybe a TMC and an EDS together. I don't know if you think the weight, the bulkiness is commensurate. So just try and do it. So what you are doing is, those 9 days you have, I want to see you put, the courses in front of it. All right? So I have maybe on Saturday, today for example, because there's still time, you tell yourself, okay, I'm doing EDS and TMC. Okay, that's my goal for today. Then Sunday you set it there. And also note that Sundays you have more time, don't you? Because next week some persons will still be doing revision, some are still organizing quizzes, you still have to do some classes, some of your attendance is just by the hair's breadth. So you must attend that class next week. If not, there'll be a problem, right? So you have to factor that, which we'll get to in a bit. But ensure the entire 9 days you expend it. 8 days. 8 days. So leave out Sunday. Sunday is a special day. You will now invest Sunday in the course you have on Monday, if you have exams on Monday. Does that make sense? So between Saturday and Saturday are the days you have to spend. Sunday is the day you now focus on what you are going to do on Monday, if you have exams on Monday. And if you don't have exams on Monday, no problem. Still work with the 8 days. So it will also constrain you further. So that by Saturday, you can tell yourself, I am what? Set for what? Exams. So do that. 8 days, Saturday to Saturday, then leave Sunday out as free. How many of you have done that? Let me ask a simple question. How many of you have ever planned your academics this detailed in your life? This is the first time you're really taking time to do academic work like this? Let me see. Yeah, good. So this is how some people plan. When you are doing your business, how do you plan? You know how you plan? You are asking yourself questions, you are drawing concept map, you are putting things everywhere. That's fine. So if you have not learned it with academics, when will you learn it? Well, it's fun, right? Yeah. So you've done that, right? So 8 days. How many of you have any? Some have 3 courses per day. Let me see. 3 courses per day. Let me see. 3 courses per day. In some, or for some days, 3 courses. Some 2 courses. How many of you have 1 all through? 1 all through. Like 1, and so very okay. Let me see. But most of you have 2, have you? Yeah. So you can see how much time you don't have, right? Imagine. And those courses, don't forget you've done how many topics you've covered. Hello? So in front of those courses, put in brackets the number of courses, the number of topics that you have taken. So for example, I'm doing this. Studio, you guys. So I'm doing this. So I'm saying Saturday, for example. I'm saying Saturday, for example, right? I'm taking TMC and I'm taking EDS. So TMC, I know we've done 7 topics. EDS, one we've done 8 topics, something like that. So you know that on Saturday, you're supposed to cover 7 topics for TMC, 8 topics for EDS. So give you what we are doing now, we are setting a foundation for costs to know how much work you have to do and how much time you have to do. So how many of you have done that? You've done that, right? Good. Now, you now ask yourself the next questions. How many hours per day do you have to study for Saturday? How many hours do you have to study for Saturday? Let's assume we leave here by 2 p.m. today. Between 2 p.m. and 12 a.m. or between 2 p.m. and 12 a.m. today, how many hours can you squeeze out of today, Saturday? How many hours can you squeeze out of tomorrow, Sunday? How many hours can you squeeze out of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Write it down at the other side of the days. So in front of the days right here, put down those hours. Put down the hours, the amount of hours you have to spend. So how many hours? Here. Put it there. How many hours do you have to spend per day? Put it there. Now ask yourself, if on Saturday, today for example, you say you have 4 hours or 5 hours to spare, then ask yourself the sincere question. Is 5 hours enough to cover 7 topics of TMC and 8 topics of EDS? Let me see. Are you processing it now? How many of you are getting up? There's anxiety. You are like scared. Let me see. Is there fear? The goal is not to bring anxiety. The goal is to show you what's going on, and the goal is to help you manage the complexity. If you don't know what is at stake, you never know if what you have is enough. And that is what Luke 14:28 says. You want to build a tower. A tower is a very beautiful result. But you have to do what? Sit down first, SDF, and do what? Count. But I want to tell you and assure you here that you have enough to finish it. Is that okay? Yeah. Don't forget, what we are doing now is like a drill. Exams, not all exams will happen on the 10th. You get it now? Not all exams will happen when? On the 10th. But at least you are saying, let's assume all exams is happening on the 10th. What do we do? So are you done with that? Are you done with that? Now, so what you have just done, you've done all the hours, right? So I'm asking a question now. I said what, when, where, and with whom. So let's answer this last question, then we'll say a few things. So when is those times that you want to study? What time exactly is it? It's for Monday, for Tuesday, for Wednesday, for Thursday. Put down the time. You can take a different, write a different place, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday, so and so hours, between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., then between this and that. Put it down. Be very clear, specific about it. Then number two, where, very important. Some of you, your rooms are not conducive, true of us. Eh? The only time your room is conducive is around 2 a.m. Let me see. Don't say, well, I'm not usually a night reader. You have to alter your circadian rhythm, your internal clock. Come on, say internal clock. You have to alter it. And why I know it's possible is because if you are doing a full pressing investment in your books, you are not, it's not like it doesn't assimilate the most. Many of you know when you have gisted far into the night, true? Even though you're not a night reader, but you can gist into the night proper when the thing is hot. You know, last time you went to the village for Christmas, all your cousins came from everywhere. All of you were awake. 5 a.m. you've not slept, true? And that is someone that says, I can't read in the night. It's not true. Okay, because now there's fire on the mountain. So what do? You have to find a way. Sure. Are you guys good? Do you get the idea? All right? So, identify when. Identify what? Where. Your where might be library. Your where might be, like I said, one college building. One thing I normally do back in those days is I go to a very large hall and I just sit in the middle. Like if I come to chapel now, if you stay at the back, people will see you through. If you stay in the front, people will see you through. If you stay in the middle, it's very difficult because these are the entrances and the doors, right? And the middle is like middle. So you can't really, it's very difficult for someone to actually distract you because you are in the place where, and your head is what? Louder. So look for a where. Those days we are very lucky. The school was not fully developed. This chapel was very empty. All these offices at the back were not occupied. So it was also about hideout. Just go and look at someone and be ready. All right. So pay attention to that. When, where, and the last part is with whom. Please, I beg you. Don't look for a gist partner. There are persons that if you are together, you know you never read. True. You have such friends. A very good boy, but once you find yourself together, what happens? It's other things you discuss. Is that true? Oh, you don't have such friends? You have, Abby? If you say let's go and read, and you go sit down on the same chair, that's the end. For 1 hour you are reading. After 1 hour, what happens? Gist just happens, and it's very interesting. The gist is nice, which is good. If exam was not on February 10th, but now it's February 10th. Ensure you look for, if you are saying with whom might be somebody, either you are depending on them to guide you through concepts, or you are the one probably doing what? Taking them through concepts, because that way you're also reading, or it's someone who you're just leveraging on their own system, discipline, right? This person, I know he will go to this by so and so, and I'm going to say my own discipline. Let me just tag along with this person. It's fine. I'm not disturbing them. I'm just saying, please, as we are going, I will follow you. And if someone tells you, please call me when I'm going, don't waste your time calling the person. Tell them I am like Elijah. When you see me, when I take off, then the mantle will drop. So you don't go looking for them. Hello, what happens? You say, okay, I'll be leaving by what time? 4 on the dot. If I don't see you by 4, I'm what? Gone. No, I'm gone. So if that person is serious, by 3:50, he's around. Not that you not say at 4, he has not come. Let me wait for him by 10 minutes. You're already doing something to your own self, you don't know. Or let me go and look for him. The only reason why you can do that is if God gave you a mandate. What's your name? Isaiah. Maybe the guy's name is Joshua. Isaiah, Joshua is your responsibility. Like you were praying and God told you, you must ensure Joshua succeeded. That's the only way you can now go and be carrying Joshua on your shoulder, which is good. Because your own blessing will come from carrying Joshua where? But if God did not tell you, please, if by 4 you don't see him, carry your bag and do what? Is that clear? Is it very harsh? Does it sound harsh? I can't hear you. Does it sound harsh? Carry your bag and go. So with whom? That's why it's in brackets. So it's not that I'm looking for a study partner. You don't need a study partner right now. What you need is somebody that is helping you or somebody you are what? You are helping. And because there's mutual benefit being drawn from either of such engagements. Are we together? Then finally, what will now make this work? Because I asked the question and some individuals were already panicking. They're saying, oh my God, can I do this? Yes, you can. What you can spend your time doing today for all the hours you have to read is to do this outline that I've talked to you about. For TMC, you already know how many topics you are what? Taking. What are the subtopics for each topic? Just do the outline, the rough outline. You don't have to now start studying and memorizing scriptures. That's not the issue for now. Just master the content. So that if they ask you, we talked about Abraham Lincoln. No, you can say no. I didn't say Abraham Lincoln in any way. Now, even though if they say, okay, what did you see? You can't say it, but you know you didn't see what? Abraham Lincoln, which is fine. So that way you have already mastered the entire content. You are everywhere all over the map. There's no aspect of the coursework that is in shadows for you. You know what is where, and you are in charge of the entire area, which is very important for your confidence. And if time permits you can now go deeper. Why I said leave Sunday free is because on that Sunday, after chapel service, I don't know if it will be an anointing service, I don't know. After you have danced and you have prayed, they say put all on your head, all is on your head. Now you are charged, empowered. You will now go and look for one place and go and hide yourself. Hello guys. And now take that one course you are doing when. And now, and do what? Immerse yourself in it. And the goal is to what? Remember. Are we together? The goal is to what? After Saturday, tomorrow as you're coming to church, you are remembering what you read yesterday. You are trying to create it. If your friends try to gist with you about the shoes you guys are wearing, gist with them about TMC. Do you know that there are 7 ways by which God blesses people? And the guy says, how? Let me tell you. So that 10 minutes to know you guys wear heels, Abby. The 10 minutes from hostel to, I know I saw your legs, something. That 10 minutes walking down here, you will have invested in the person's life. You'll be like, wow, I didn't know there were 7 ways God blesses. He didn't know the same exam people are writing that you have read and you're not telling him. Just discuss your notes. Discuss the content. Even if it's physics, if it's mathematics, discuss it. Do you know who the guy that invented the Fourier series? Do you know him? He's a man. Guy, what are you saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Engage them so that you can save that time and keep what? Remember. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you, what we have said today is very simplistic, but I'm sure you get the picture. Did you draw value from this? How many of you are going to make significant adjustments in your life based on the things you've heard today, whether from the panelists or since morning? Last month, I want to see you guys. How many of you will make significant adjustment to your life because of the things you have heard today? Now, how many of you are making a commitment, because that's the next stage, are making a commitment concerning your academic endeavor? Is that where we are now? So how many of them are making a commitment right now? Like, you're committing right now. What's the minimum GP you have in this semester? So you say 5 because I already set it ahead. What's the minimum GP you have in this semester that if I don't get it, I don't agree? Let me see. If it doesn't happen, I no go agree. So write it down. Write it down in your book. I don't know what it is. It's you, between you and yourself. If it's 5 points, it's okay. If it's 4.99, it's okay. If it's 4.7, if it's 4.5 and above, it's okay. Whatever you write is between you and yourself. But if I get below this, I no go agree. I no go agree. I will come to this school and I will scatter the ground. Write it down in your book. And right in front of it, one person that you think can hold you accountable to this desire, to this goal. Who? Don't think of your friend. Your friend will not help you. Your friend will always sympathize with you. They love you. Your friends love you too much. Your friends love you the way you are. Look for someone that loves you too much to leave you the way you are. Your mom, one uncle, your enemy. I don't know who the person is. Somebody that you, after this meeting, you write them an email and you tell them, I went for this conference, this is the target I made, and I want you to keep me accountable. If it's your parents, it's very good. Their head will be swelling. They'll say, what? And they'll not join you in prayers. Yes, ma'am. So we'll take questions now, about 4 or 5 questions. Landmark, you can also send our questions. Studio, help us get the questions in so we can, we spent a lot of time. But I'm sure you guys don't mind the time you spent here today, right? Is it profitable? Okay, so let's take a few questions and we'll go. So.
Okay, so. So please, make a show of hands so that we can just. Wow.
The landmark guys can hear.
So yeah, number, you just want 4, right? Okay, so we have 1, 2.
So I think we'll take a few questions. Let's do it like this. Once the question you're asking seems as though someone has asked a question, just go back so that we can take unique and novel questions. Afterwards, I'll still be around for like another 30, 45 minutes after the event, so we can still talk. Okay, or can take as many questions as possible.
So sir, please, I'll read this because this came since. So this question says, how to set goals from the scratch. And the second one is how to stay consistent with those goals and be able to change or improve these goals as you get better. And then the third one is how does a person not get choked up with so many things? So you have a bulk of things doing. How do you ensure that you're not getting choked up?
Okay, well, when it comes to goals, that's a whole different masterclass on its own. We had a whole 5-hour session, right, on mathematics, preparing for the new year. So the whole 5-hour session, looking at various aspects of goal setting. So it's a whole talk. But it's sufficient to say the one goal you have for your academics right now is a particular grade. We talked about the first-class mindset. The idea is to set the stage. After these exams, you go back and chew on those things and now set yourself up for the next session or the next year or the next number of years you have. But for this semester, exams coming very soon, for those of us who are writing exams, other schools that are joining us in this particular broadcast, whenever your exam is, I think it's suffice to say your goal is clear. Whether it is a first class you want to have, or you want to ensure you clear all of your field courses, whatever it is you have, just make that your primary goal. And the only element we are adding here for your affordance is the time. How much time do you have? Okay? Don't assume that energy supply is constant because the motivation is high. If you don't pass, you may not graduate, if that's the case. You might have a desired grade you want to finish with. So the motivation is already there. So I don't want to talk about energy because energy will supply itself because you have to pass. All right. So, but if there are other factors that might affect, the affordance of the goal. I call the word affordance because it is what like you have a resource to afford something, right? But right now, time for me is like the most important asset or resource you need to actually acquire those goals. So set that goal firm. Follow through all of the steps we have mentioned. Be involved in your academics. Don't treat your academics as something that is just there. And I'm sure if you follow these steps with other things that you've learned from other places, there's no way you'll not be able to achieve your goal. Then somebody said how not to be choked up. Let me just say this. Right now, if your academic is important to you, then nothing else should matter else. You can just tell yourself these other things you just chill for now. For the next 1 month. This is February. End of February, exams will end, won't it? 28 days. Then you have enough time to invest in other things. because this is also very important. I'm not in the school of thought that says school does not matter. It matters. Why does it matter? Somebody's paying for it. If you're the one paying for it, no problem. We can have the conversation. And I'll try and convince you. But if somebody else is footing the bill, you have no right to say school is not what? Important. Go and tell him or her, Mom, school is not important. I'm not going again. Let's see what what will come out of it. But if you don't have the courage to do that, then do what? Do this one, and God will help you. But don't bother yourself about other things going on in your life right now. But if you want to talk about goal setting, we can have that come out later, and we can direct you to other resources. Yes.
So, sir, this other question says it was actually directed to the panelists.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Okay. So it says in all your systems, I guess this for you, Rachel. How do you fix
winning?
How do you fix in service with God? And then this second question is how do you maintain the relationships you speak of? So we talk about like maintaining relationships, how relationship is a currency and all of that. So how are you able to like balance it with school?
So my relationship with God is the first thing. Okay, my relationship with God is the first thing, and I need you to understand that some people put relationship with God here and every other thing here. But I want you to understand that the relationship with God is intertwined with every single thing you are doing. So whether I'm praying, so if I'm reading, I'm speaking in tongues, this and that, everything I'm doing has to be with God. And sorry, I forgot to mention that I also dedicate like periods with God. I have my time with God. Like in the night, I also try to like around 1 to 2. I'm always like with God. Like if I have a prayer journal, I literally say an hour with God. Like I just sit and just listen to Him. Do you understand? So you have to fit in Him into the system, and also with relationships. Keeping relationships, you have to understand that whoever you are picking to be your close friend should understand your goals. Because you won't have a relationship with someone that wants you to go under chapel or something. They must understand that yes, this girl is goal oriented, and they have to be a support system to it. I'm not saying you should let aside that. My best friend, we have Friday evenings, we have our catch-up sessions. No book, no nothing. We just catch up on our week. You have to be intentional about it. Dedicate time for your friends and let them understand. Any friend group that you are in that don't understand your goal and they're like, oh, she's too busy, she's snobbish, then that's not it. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. You have to be very intentional. Create time. I know my Friday evening, yes, I'm catching up with my friends. At the end of every month, that's what my best friend, at the end of every month, the last day, we sit down and discuss our progress in goals and every other gist we have throughout the month. Like it's something you just have to. I'm a very systematic and disciplined person. It depends on you. I am very systematic and disciplined, so people already know who I am. So yeah, that's.
I think that's very important, what she said. If your friends don't respect it, then they don't even want it. Hello? See, love is not serious. People take love as a love. No, love is not serious. Let me tell you how big love is. God said love your enemy. You think love is, you say love is the greatest, are we? To show you how common, that's the word, common love should be. He said love your what? Enemy. For like is exclusive. So you have the right to love everybody, including your what? So the fact that I'm not spending time with you does not necessarily mean I don't what? Love you. Like I said, love extends to your enemy. So you can't spend time with your enemy, can you? That's how common love God expects. That's how abundant love should be. So you should have love for everybody. So if you have someone in your life that is angry, that you is the only that can read. It's only you that can every time serious. Just carry your bag and do what? And go. There's no harm in it. If your EDS is not tailoring, you can join it. So you can borrow their scissors and do what? And cut the person off. Very important. That's a very, very valuable point. Thank you so much for that. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. So there are times where like I know something, or like I learned something new and I know it, and maybe I even begin to chant it so much every month. I just know this thing. But then I find myself like in a situation where I'm like under pressure, and then somebody asks me that thing and I can't remember it. And it's important that I give an answer to that thing at that point in time. So what can I do to solve the situation?
So the answer to that question is in the question itself. See, there's no problem or there's no competence or skill or expertise that rehearsal cannot, help you attain. If you know that's the problem, then keep rehearsing yourself under tension, trying to answer questions that you know. It's a mental game. When you see top pro athletes, what do? I saw recently a Nigerian lady, what's her name now, that won gold. She broke 2 records in almost on something. She broke 2 records in a day. The first person she broke the first record, she ran 12.12 seconds. She ran. They were like, no, this is not human. They speculated everything. Is he a shoe? Is he a this? Is he a that? They were speculating. She wore different shoes, an unusual shoe for that kind of race, but it was allowed. She now ran at the final, she ran 12.06. They said no, there's something wrong. But when they checked, she had the wind advantage, according to them, the wind. So the tail wind issue, they were measuring it that once that wind passes the threshold, it nullifies your world record, even though it does not nullify the fact that you won the race. You won the race. It's just the time we are debating, right? But if you ask any pro athlete, it's not just about exercising the muscles alone. They do a lot of what? Mental rehearsals. If you tell yourself, how many steps must I take to win a world record? They know. And their goal is, in their training also, is to run that amount of steps. If it takes me 14 strides, and I know if I do 14 strides, I will do it in 2 seconds. So there's a lot of mental rehearsals that go. Is that okay? Personally, I imagine myself in all, someone said don't think bad. I'm not thinking bad. I imagine all sorts of, it's not that I'm trying to project negativity. I'm trying to anticipate my response. How would I respond to this scenario? How would I respond to this? How would I respond to that? So it's a you thing, and the same you that will tell us the answer when there's no pressure should be able to tell us the answer under pressure. And it's not to get that you to that point and remove whatever inhibition is there. But one thing I can recommend to you is rehearsal. Rehearsal. Just take it now. Just tell yourself, no, under pressure, your affirmation, under pressure, I deliver 130%. And before you know it, once you have rehearsed it enough, when you now get to performance, it just kicks in. There's no skill, there's no expertise, there's no competence that you cannot master with rehearsals, with practice. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I'm thinking, she's going to ask, and then
it's fine.
The guy at the end will ask. So we'll just take all their questions, then you answer. And so please, to the remaining people with your questions, you have the opportunity to meet Dr. Azu after the event because of our time. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a question for Dr. Azu as well as Rachel. For Dr. Azu, my own is, if you're not doing the same thing as somebody, but like, let's say you and your classmates, and you are all studying, you have your own system, and you are putting in as much effort as your classmate, but like, it feels like you're not doing enough because your classmate is going farther than you. So you are wondering, what are you doing that you have tried everything you possibly can, and you're wondering, oh, why is there no, there's no result? They're getting better grades. And then for Rachel, how do you make a system in an ever-changing system? Like, in school, you have alpha semester, your timetable is different from omega. So how do you apply your system of alpha into omega, and then you're in school and you're at home? Is it the same system you use, or does it change?
All right, so for the first question, let me take the second question. So yeah, number one, like I said, please don't judge outcome alone. Don't judge effort by results. When it comes to exams, I've told you, nobody marks effort. Is that what we mark? What do we mark? No. What do we mark? What you wrote. So ask yourself, what am I writing? So people say, this guy reads for 4 hours. Me, I read for 12 hours. I should get better results. It doesn't follow. It's not the effort. It's always about what the person wrote. So if I were you, let's say it's a test scenario, I would take the person's script. It's not because you're trying to diss them or beef them that how can you be getting more than me? No. You not compare what you wrote and what the person wrote and see. Most times you will see the difference that there's something wrong with the way I've been writing. Like I said, if we put all of you in a room and we administer an oral exam, wait, have you ever seen anyone get F in projects? It's rare that this person scored an F. How many of you, okay, just in final year, okay, no, sorry, you're not graduated. It's very difficult because there's a component of your defense which is about 50 marks when your defense is oral. Most times people score 30, Isaac is here. Isaac is a PG guy. You've gone to final project, right? Do you know anybody that failed project? That this person got an F in project? It's very rare. And why is that? Half of it is thesis. The other half is, and trust me, and you guys can slay. How many of you were in chapel service on Thursday? Some guys came out to give their life to Christ. You saw them, Abi? How were they looking? As in, I was like, what is guys? I saw them outside. I said, "Oh, who?" They said they have the friend. Hey, obviously. So that was half of the addressing. There were still jackets coming on it, and they were looking that good. So they can come to the panel and just sway us. I call it the act of bamboozlement. They bamboozle us with their sweet words, fine slides, things that flashing everywhere. I'm like, wow, this guy ask a few questions. They just try and we understand, we are 20 over 30, 30, and they go. But when it comes to writing, those things don't work. Nobody even sees the clothes you wear in the script. You can't snap yourself and attach your picture and say, this is my face. You don't do that. So what you wrote is key. So I beg you, even if you think that I want to understand this person's strategy, right? Try and even administer the exam to them. So answer it. Let me even see how you'll have answered this. Because there's a result in their life you're trying to model after. Check what they wrote. You'll be shocked. I wish you guys can have the privilege of seeing your scripts. Maybe I'll try and make that move at some point. I don't know how I'm going to do it. We'll just make you, we'll bring you to a chapel like this, give you your scripts, study for like 1 hour, give it back to us and go. So you understand exactly what's happening inside your scripts. If you see it, I'm telling you to humble you. Many of you understand what the problem is instantly. You will see that, oh boy, like I said, once you're in that tense situation, time is elongated. Stress and effort looks magnified. You spent 1 hour in the exam hall, it feels like 10 minutes, 10 hours. So you feel that one page you wrote feels like you wrote, the entire booklet was full. I've asked somebody, he said I wrote on every page. When I put out the script, he didn't write up to 3 pages, the entire booklet. And each page was very scanty. The man marking was looking for what to mark. And he failed. To him, he said the entire everywhere was full. I don't know what he was imagining. Really. And he didn't know because, but if he had seen the script, he would have understood, oh boy, you goofed. You goofed. And that's the problem. Students don't know that what we mark is what you wrote, not what you read. So I want us to have that, change in mindset and ensure you are writing as much correctly as you can in the script, because that's what they grade. Does that make sense? So go and study that, tell your friend, examine what they are writing, and I'm sure you see the difference. So don't judge the effort. And someone's doing 4 hours, someone doing 30 minutes, it doesn't matter. People are different, right? If the guy does 30 minutes and is doing well, and you only 4 hours, oh dear, oh boy, do what? Do the 4 hours. Do the 4 hours. That's your cross. You can now start thinking of different hacks on how to optimize your 4 hours. It's fine. But don't say, no, I should get more than him. No. Some might not even read for the exam and they'll still have an A. You don't know what has happened. Someone said, I go to class, I listen. How many people listen in class? Ask yourself, can you score yourself 90% for listening in class? Let me see. 90%. 80%. 70%. 10%. That's it. It's important. Thank you.
Okay, a side note to what Dr. Azu said. When you are trying, I always tell people that when you do things and you fail, take 3 steps back, go in the place of prayer and ask for strategies and from God. and be receptive and expecting it, because God will definitely speak to you on the different strategies just for you. Somebody that reads 4 hours and somebody that reads 30 minutes, the person reading 30 minutes can pass you. Do you get? So life is about copying a blueprint, but you need to know how to modify that blueprint to suit you. You don't necessarily have to copy the blueprint. Do you get it? Okay, and for me, the system, first and foremost, if you listen to my schedule, you will see the time for reading is 9 p.m. to 2. Will any event happen by 9 p.m.? The time for sleeping is 7 to 9. I'm not the kind of person that will stay outside 7. My class ends by 2. I'm inside. How many people have seen me outside? No. I'm inside my room 2 p.m. I'm gone. Do you get? So the time I put very, very important tasks are the times where I know this system won't be moving. Like, see, you won't meeting by 9 p.m. for what? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So what you have to do is to study anywhere you are, learn how to adapt, study the system very well, and learn how to conquer and beat that system. So this is something that I constantly practice. I will try to read around 1 o'clock, then something's happening in chapter. Do you get? So you have to understand the system, and I've understood this system. So that's why I placed my affirmation period around 5:30 a.m. When who's going to disturb me 5:30 a.m.? See, you won't call me out by 5:30 a.m. Do you understand? But that is why within like 8 to any like 7, you are not hearing me. I call adaptability. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I have a question, and my question is sort of a challenge that I have experienced, right? So I know there is time management. We have 24 hours, so it's not going to increase, it's not going to reduce. But I've noticed, especially with myself, that to be effective in all the things I have to do, I have to give a certain level of mind attention to it across, let's say, a couple of days or weeks to actually make reasonable progress in it. And then with the way, especially in school, the system is, it's hard to